That's when I started. I started with bamboo, using bamboo to try to build, but I was not able to get it flying. So it took me a long time. My parents are not rich. I really took a long break, making more research, trying to improve my invention. So it took me a very long time. In 2013, that was when I got my first flight. But getting the first flight, I was unable to control the airplane, so it just moved up and lost. I was unable to find where it went to. I do a lot of research from textbook, internet, like for my physics textbook. My sister was like teaching something and he was talking about third law of motion. Yes, it's opposite and equal reactions. So in aircraft, there are some principle like the angle of attack, which is the angle in which this aircraft lands. So if you don't know that angle, if you are not able to calculate that angle, your aircraft won't take off. You hear someone saying, "Wow, this is a toy." Actually, from you perspective, from many people, they think it's a toy. But building an aircraft is not a toy. But there are a lot of calculation. You need to calculate the angle of attack. You need to calculate the wingspan, the fuselage length. Because if you look at that aircraft I flew, you see the wings is more longer than the fuselage. Now, those are based on the calculations I made. I did not just carry this wood and build it.
Rejoice is the second child of a family of 6 and an SS3 student of the state-owned Kayama Grammar School. His scientific prowess and ability to manufacture these drones have made him a celebrity in his community, as residents are in awe of how far he's come. Using the limited resources available to him, Rejoice showcases his creativity and exhibits the ability of his creation.
Many of those materials are gotten from camp yard. Like you see, the aircraft is made up of plywood, foams, some electrical components from our DVD remote, and some from all these toy cars you see. All these toy cars are something they call servos. So I was able to get that so I could control this. Before when I started, I was getting most of my materials are gotten from like 80% of those materials are from all these refrigerators, which is those floaters you see. You look at it, 80% of it are floaters to make it light. In the plywood, I bought some plywood to make it more reinforce it. So I was trying my best, trying to make it in a way, okay, even if it's flying, I should be able to control it. So I now started creating some things, which is using wire as a control surface to interlake with my airplane. Then the airplane will be going, we'll try to be controlling it here. We are not perfect. We'll be going on before you know the wire will just cut. We lost the plane again. That was when I took a long break in 2015. That was when I was able to come up with an idea of making it wireless. When I started with it, I was like successful, but it will get to a range, a very short distance. The signal will just cut off and I will just crash it. Then in 2017, that was when I really got the wireless system, how to make it in a distance. Now the aircraft now has a distance compared to your eye. Anywhere your eye can see it, that is where you can go. So if I'm able to see from here to my state capital, you should be able to go there for me.
This point wasn't easy for Rejoice as he shares the several setbacks he suffered. However, his passion kept him going.
Sometimes it took me up a year to do the makeup. So it takes me to aircraft to catch. Like, I'm not perfect. But one thing I've learned about this aircraft was patience. Being an aircraft, you must be patient. Sometimes when it took me a year to reach this morning to build this aircraft and it took a second to crash, and I would just say, all the money I've hustled for a year now. But I did not give. I was like happy, like, wow, this aircraft has flied. I should not give up now. There are three main principles of inventing something, which is the time, the money, and the knowledge.
Okay, yeah, thank you for joining me today. And today, I think it's Sunday school, as we call it. It's a way of discussing matters that are affecting us. And then the areas of discussion are generally areas that we don't tend to talk about much. And today's topic is about whether our culture in Nigeria and many Black communities actually stunt or kind of make our scientific and technological innovation a kind of less than what happens in other societies and communities. Because I've been a witness to a driver that drives a taxi cab in Nigeria telling me that they had to force him to drive that taxi because his ambition was just to drive a motorcycle. That's a bike. You know how that the bike people use in Abuja. That was his ambition. That's all he grew up to be. So I don't know why we don't. It's almost as if our culture doesn't allow innovation. We don't allow thinking about different concepts, examining things, because either you are shut down for saying something, or they would say you are a little boy. You know this thing that we do, where that boy is just a small boy. You know, the small boy, he can't do anything. It's a small girl. No, it's a girl. Somebody is trying to break new ground, and you have this thing where people just come after you, and how many times have people said something just by sharing their opinion, and people pile on them and try to shut them up. And one of the things they tend to use is education and all that stuff, because this person has got degrees and all the rest. They try to shut you up. So, and I begin to wonder whether that is affecting our ability to innovate. Because if whenever you share new ideas, you get attacked, and you don't even have people that have gone through those things that say, why are you attacking him? It's just an idea. You don't go after him like that. Or it's just an opinion. You don't get enough of it. And maybe that is what is going on. This is why you don't see a lot of innovation in the context of Nigeria. And there is also the culture of corruption too, whereby instead of doing things or supporting people, like there are funds. The government will say, oh, we have money for people that want to do manufacturing, business, and all the rest. But do they get it? This young man is saying that he took 1 year for him to save up money to be able to build that small aircraft. Do they get it? Because I know Nigeria spends about 1 point something billion dollars on research, they said. So 1 point something billion dollars is not a lot, it's not a little amount of money. But do you see that innovation in Nigeria so far? Except it's the one that they used to build in naval ship and the vehicles that they are building. But 1 point something billion dollars every year for 10 years is $10 billion. Have we seen $10 billion of innovation in Nigeria? $10 billion, not 10 million, 10 billion. So it's something that we really need to talk about to find out why this is the case, because you can search and see so many young people in Nigeria trying to do things to, this one is another one. He's trying to build stuff to, vehicles, but it never goes anywhere in the end. That is the problem with Nigeria. You see people trying to do stuff. First they try to do it by themselves, and then when the authorities come along, they don't even support them. I've had cases where the people talk about Nigerian government supporting Nigerian businesses after the Nigerian businesses have managed to make their way around the world, after they've gone overseas and they've sold goods to foreigners, before the Nigerian government would even take them seriously, like as if. So if it takes that much time for the Nigerian, and that kind of situation, for the Nigerian government to even notice somebody that is innovating within the country, what are the chances that they will even support them inside the country? And the thing about innovation, why this is important, is innovation is the key. No matter what you do in this world, innovation is the key. If you can't innovate, if your society doesn't allow innovation, your society is dying from the inside. Because the societies that are innovating, they will seem like they're performing miracles, and they will come and take everything else you've got. That is how we were when the Ibobo came first. They came with their guns, they came with their ships, because we don't have those things. Somebody built it for them. Somebody allowed that room for them to innovate. And I must say, their societies can be very restrictive, especially during the time of early Christianity. It was tough to innovate, but yet they found a way. So how can we find a way to innovate like them? How do we get from here to a situation where you have, you can start seeing people actually doing things that are even renowned to Nigerians, not to mention overseas. I'm not even sure we are where we need to be able to invent something. Then the whole world says, "Oh my God, it's Nigeria that has first done this." When was the last time we've ever heard of anything like that? Have we ever had a situation whereby a Nigerian has invented something in Nigeria, or not the one overseas, that people say, "Oh my God, nobody has ever broken this barrier before. It's only a Nigerian that has done this." I don't know. I can't find the examples of this. And if I check this, let me share this video of Neil deGrasse Tyson of the US. He's a theoretical physicist, and he talked about innovation. So just listen to what he's got to say about innovation.
What we're about to do is morph the area of each country according to how much peer-reviewed science research is conducted in that country. So let's check out what happens when we do this. Well, the United States is sitting fat and pretty there, I'd say. That's America. Wait, what's that big purple region away? What was that?
So what they are showing you now, is based on the amount of new research that is being done by nations. And the more research you do, the larger you are on the map. Do you see Africa there on the map? Does anyone see Africa there? Okay, you can search, but I can tell you that I'm not talking about Nigeria. I'm talking about the entire African continent. Okay, let's continue.
What's that purple? What country is that? Japan, kicking major science butt on the map right there. One of the great tragedies is Africa shrinking to nothing in area on this chart compared with the area it actually occupies in the world. That is a modern day tragedy right there. So what we're about to do is morph the area of each country according to how much peer-reviewed science research is conducted in that country. So let's check out what happens when we do this. Well, the United States is sitting fat and pretty there, I'd say. That's America. Wait, what's that big purple region away? What was that? What's that purple? What country is that? Japan, kicking major science butt on the map right there. One of the great tragedies is Africa shrinking to nothing.
You heard it. Africa, the entire Africa, not Nigeria. The entire Africa is shrinking to nothing. One country, Japan, does more research, far more research and innovation than the entire African continent put together. That's Africa is like we shrink to nothing. On almost everything, we are behind. JD, thank you for joining me. You said our own languages that may take increasing of our lexicons. I don't know what you mean. Our own languages that may take increasing of our lexicon. Okay, are you saying that we need to increase our vocabulary or lexicons? Okay, to be able to innovate. I think these things happen organically. You just have to have the will, and society just have to allow these things to happen. And that is how you get a situation where you have innovation. You start seeing innovation happen. For so far, what I've seen is, from my experience on the ground in Nigeria, you hardly see innovation. The only area that you will see the government sometimes encourage people is like agriculture. Like if you want to go into fish farming, or like catfish farming, maybe chicken or something like that, you might be able to get funding to get into that now and again. But in every other area, it's so tight. I don't even know who the people they give this in. It's almost as if when they allocate funds for these things, they give it to the people that they are already connected to. And those people don't do anything with it. They take the money, maybe some of them are already overseas. They take the money and you don't see anything happening on the ground in Nigeria. If you go to Lagos now and you ask those people in Lagos that are into fintech and doing all those things, you ask them how many of them get funding from federal government. Very, very few. Most of them are doing it for themselves. And most of them are fighting and working their way through the system. They are going out there. They are working for people overseas. They are trying to earn money in Nigeria too at the same time. Many of them, that's all they have to do. It's like the state itself don't encourage it. All our pastors that we go and give money every Sunday, how many of them have ever sponsored any innovation? What are they doing with all that money they are being given every Sunday? It's just to build bigger and bigger churches and buying private jets. They know nothing about innovation at all. 200 million people. If you channel those people into innovation, it will be blinding. Nigeria will be coming out with all kinds of things. The only area you can say Nigeria has innovated is in this Afro beats, isn't it? So yeah, Afro beats, Nollywood, and those are the only things they tend to. That you tend to see our people show up. If you go to America, it's the same pattern. It's really strange because, like, in America now, the Black Americans, what do you know them for? Sports. What do you know them for? Music. What do you know them for? Movies. Is that all we are good for in this world? Where are we in the major technological innovation? Have you ever seen a black man? I'm saying this is not flippant, not to mention Nigerian, a black quantum physicist, a black quantum physics engineer that is doing research in quantum technology. How many of them do you see out there? I'm not even talking only Nigeria. So we are talking about over 1.2 billion people around the world. How many of them do you see that are black? Not to mention Nigeria. Is there something that is making us, so we don't look into these areas? Is there something that is pushing us, nudging us? No. Go to music, go to running. Those are the only areas you're allowed to do. Is there something nudging us? Because in Nigeria is quite innovative compared to most African countries. Nigeria, Kenya, you see a little bit in this in South Africa, but we don't, compared to other parts of the world, we not even close. Look at you've seen the map. You can see the map. Let me point it to you. Let me show you where Africa is on that map. That's Africa here. And this small dot you see here is because of South Africa. And that is because of the white people in South Africa doing research there. That small dot, that is the entire Africa disappeared into nothing. This is Japan. This one is Japan. Look at Japan. Small country that you can barely see on the map, but look at it on the map in terms of innovation. That is the situation we are in. Brazil here is making impact. Even Brazil is showing up a bit more. Nigeria, where's Nigeria? Nigeria is not even, it's like a dot. It's like we don't even exist. And these things, it is a kind of predictor of your future. If you go back in time and you check the people that are controlling the world today, they are the ones that are showing up in these big areas. You can't be in charge. You can't emerge if you're like this. You can't. These are the things that we need to be watching out for. Let me see, Jay, we use our brains to help foreign projects, but not our own. I think there is a strong element of that. And the thing is, the helping that we give to foreign projects, we don't even do it at the highest levels. Like, you go online now, you search top tech CEOs in the world. You don't see black people there. You don't see them there. You will see all kinds, in short, every other group you see find them there. Well, so even that area, it's almost as if when we go in there, we go in there to serve too. And this leads to the point of this live today, to find out what is it within our culture that is stopping us from innovating. Is it that there's something about our respect for elders, respect for authority? Is it that we frown at those that invent things? I don't think we frown at those people that invent things, but it's funny, but we don't support them though. I've hardly seen any one situation Nigerians have come together and funded any innovative project and say, you know what, we're going to donate to this man. We trust what he's doing. We are going to put money together to support him. I don't think I've ever seen that. We can put money together when somebody has an accident, when they sack them for a job, or something happens to them, their boyfriend did something to them, or all kinds of different things. We can put money together for those things, but we don't tend to put money together for innovation. Even if we like it, that one I will grant to Nigerians. When Nigerians see fellow Nigerians working hard to innovate, they will say, "Oh, well done, good work," and all the. But that is where it ends. That is where it ends. How do we get it past that? So that when we, just like we put money in the church, we are paying tithe, we are paying Thanksgiving every Sunday. Sometimes we go on Wednesday, and then there's another revival service. Just as we do those things, we put this one too for innovation. Because without innovation, all those prayers it's going to be for naught. It's not going. Those prayers are not going to save you. God has already given you the solution. Let me just play a quick video again. Just this one, it's not going to be long. I'm just going to stop it very quickly.
When people see me on the street operating my excavator and tipper, they're usually surprised. Some of them dash me money, and I'm using the money to buy materials to do more things. My name is Hope Emmanuel Frank, and I am 15 years old. I started in construction 3 years ago. The time I saw the excavator, I was just thinking of, oh, let me just try this. And I knew I tried it many times and I still failed. I did the skeleton part and the flesh, but it was not all that enough. Like how to move was my problem. And I'm doing an idea using a drip set, like a drip set replacing the hose in the real excavator, and the syringe is the booming. For the tipper remote, I used a changeover switch for the forward and backward drive. I use condense laptop batteries as my source of power in the tipper. In the future, I want to be one of the world's greatest inventors. My next project will be.
So I think you're asking what this is about. I think if you read the topic, you will see what it's about is does the Nigerian culture inhibit or stunt scientific and technological innovation? So is there something within our culture that is against technological innovation? Maybe it's not only Nigeria, maybe it's the entire African continent. Because if you look at Nigeria is even more innovative than Benin Republic or Ghana or this thing, what is it, Uganda or Kenya. Okay, Kenya, they did try with M-Pesa, but those are just software based innovations. You don't see some deep innovative approach in our this thing, the way we support new ideas in our country. Yeah, welcome. Thank you for joining me, Eagle Air. So this thing has been troubling me to an extent. I've been wondering why we don't see high level research within Nigeria, like some serious research, because Nigerian government spends 1 point something billion doing these things. They said they spend 1 point something billion dollars. Oh, this is not naira, dollars. That's a lot of money for R&D. Even if you just put it on one thing each year, it should yield results. If it's just on drone technology, you should see some big results. If it's just on pharmaceutical, you should see some big results. Why is Nigeria not creating vaccines? Or do we create vaccines that I don't know about? Maybe I'm mistaken. I just want to say that because I'm not sure we don't make vaccine. So the flagship, what do you think is going on here? Do you think there is something within our culture that may be causing the reasons why we don't have scientific innovation and especially also in technology? Or do you think that it's just funding issues? Thank you for joining us, Eagle. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Ah,
I'm hearing you clearly. I'm hearing you clearly.
yeah, let me see. Rokoya, how much research have you done on the budget allocated to R&D by other African countries? I've not done for the other African countries. Something tells me that it's going to be very small. African countries are, from what I've seen, what they do with their security, they tend to not spend money on areas that are vital to the future of their people for some strange reason. They will spend money on other things, but those things that they are spending money on, they are not the core things that you need to actually get your nation to get out of the mess that is in. Because if you innovate, you can sell the technology, you can do value-added manufacturing, you can start exporting goods. And if you take care of your security, you can be able to protect all those things. But those critical areas, our leaders don't invest in those areas strongly enough. And even if they did, like in the case of Nigeria, where I know they spend over $1 billion, I don't see anything coming out of it. I don't see that much coming out of it. So that is what is troubling me. And even within our culture, I don't see Nigerians being very like, oh, my child is going to grow up to be an inventor, or we are looking for the next person to invent something new or discover some new phenomenon in nature. You know, we don't partake in that at all. And we have to start asking this question, because when are we going to wait? Are we going to wait until, like some people will say, let's write our new constitution first, let's do this one first? There's always something first that everybody wants to do first. And that's something I've noticed. It's like there is this, I don't know what I will call it a name. Whenever you suggest any new idea to many of us, they will say, oh, until we do this one first, let's do this one first before we go ahead. Like, why don't you say, let's do that one, then we deal with the problem that shows up? Because they will always come with a lower tier problem instead of saying, okay, let's do it, then deal with the lower tier problem. So that's what I'm thinking anyway. Let me see. Rokoya, what are the universities there for? You will think most of the universities right now are doing research for Igbo people. They are just there to do research for Igbo people. That is what I am seeing. So that is the problem. And Nigeria has been inventing with his mouth. Okay, okay. You see our people. He just came and started yapping me already. Eh? So this question is something that is more important than maybe even I thought at first. When the more I think about it, technology is at the heart of things, and you can see what that video was showing it on this video. We are nowhere to be seen, and if you go in the longer version of this video, he will tell you that the people that are the ones doing those things are the ones that are going to chart the future, just like they did in the past. And we still haven't even gotten these things and going. Chim, welcome and thank you for joining me. And Eagle, how do we fix this thing? Because this is our future. So, Eagle,
Number,
please.
yeah, what I'm trying to say is that have you seen somebody that is blind leading somebody that is seeing road? It's not possible.
No. Mm.
Now, in Nigeria, our leaders or political class, they are very blind. That's why they refuse to see the future. And those people that have the road to move forward, because of their own blindness, they will make them to be blind also. For instance, when Innocent wanted to start this production of a vehicle, you know what he passed through. Even which bank is this, Savannah Bank or which bank? They wanted to frustrate him. Even federal government Nigeria wanted to frustrate him because he know what he wants, he know where he's going. He prevailed over them. That's how Innocent started up to tomorrow. Ali Nonyema, you saw what Ali Nonyema was saying. Even people in the aviation industry were fighting Ali Nonyema so that aviation, that dream, that passion that they have to make a difference in Nigeria is dead. But because of the kind of person he has, because of braveness he has, because he has the finances, he's able to triumph. Then Dangote, see what Dangote is passing through right now. They're trying to do what? To frustrate Dangote. That is Nigeria for you. I used to say Nigeria is a dream killer. It's a destiny killer. That is how Nigeria is. Now, for instance, I want you to understand this thing now. Do you know that if we have a knowledge and bring that innovation knowledge that let's go through this thing and produce this thing, your brother, your own biological brother or your relative will be the one to discourage you first before an outsider come. They really want to fight you first because they have looked the future and know what they are going to become in the future. Because of witches and wizards in their hearts, because of the idol in their heart, they don't want you to be bigger than them. They look for a way to bring you down. That's the problem of Africa.
Wow.
I'm telling you the truth. People that fight you is from your own people that belongs to you, so that it will not. For instance, now as you open this program now, that you have your own channel now. You find out people that will join you is people that is not, they are not your friend, they are not your brothers. Then your brothers and your own belong people, they will not support you because they don't want you to go far. That's how Nigeria is. Nigeria is a dream killer. One day I was thinking on my own. Ukraine is at war, and Ukraine is looking a way to fight the war and succeed. And in Nigeria, we have young talent who are building drones, who are building all this, like this small boy that is showcased right now, that built this little plane. Now, if it is Nigeria is a country that want to go far in life, what will they do? This young guy, they will call him. Then bring experts to train him more. Now, when they train him more, now Nigeria can start producing drones. Now, when they produce the drones, they use Ukraine and the Russia war to do what? To test the drone. Now, when the drone work well, now you can hear it in the news, in the foreign news, that the drone they used to strike Russia is made in Nigeria. The other country will begin to look for it in Nigeria.
Exactly.
But the problem of Nigeria is that they will say, this person is not from my region, and this person is not from my side. This person is on my side. What do? They frustrate the person and kill the train. But when the person triumph by traveling outside Nigeria and bring the knowledge, and the white saw that, this person has what it takes, have the capacity, have the knowledge, have the directions, they will take the person. They use the knowledge of the person. Then a white man will bring the money now and establish the company. Then he will begin to answer the CEO. Why the person that have the knowledge become what? Staff working under them. That's why you don't see black triumph.
Yeah,
that's why they always say that Africa are poor. Africa are poor does not mean that they don't have money, but Africa are poor because the knowledge they have, they sell it out to white. The white will buy it. They become a staff they employ for the thing. But the person that have the knowledge behind is the Africa, is the black person. There's one Nigerian guy, I don't know whether he's from Southeast or West, that produced a computer in America.
Wow.
Either a computer or one of the fastest internet or something of that nature. Many years ago, they showcased that guy. Where is he now? One white man may use his money establishing in the technology. Now they're using his brain. He really want to train to bring out the knowledge. At the end of the day, it's nowhere to be found. So Nigeria is the one killing the dream, killing everything and nothing more.
Let me ask then. So okay, but why are we like that? And because many of us go overseas.
So for us, can I just quickly?
Yeah. Okay. If you want to, is it okay, for him to just chime in?
We are having interactive segment, so he's free.
Well done. Thank you. Yeah, Chim, go ahead. Why are we like that though? Why is it that we don't encourage innovation more?
Okay, so from the leadership angle, I think it has to do more with priority. Our leaders don't have they don't look at the larger picture. We've stated this severally. So take for instance, there's this general saying that adversity is the mother of invention. So look at when we fought that Nigerian civil war, and you had people from on the opposing side who manufactured some local weapons that they used to prosecute that war. By the time the war ended and we reintegrated, supposedly, that whole reconciliation, what's the word? The 3 R's, I think. Those are some of the things that you'd have expected that the Nigerian government would have said, come, these people, how did you guys make these weapons during this civil war we fought, despite the fact that you didn't really have so much? Then you integrate them and tap them in, and then they become, you hear things like people who commit crimes in other countries, but that crime they committed perhaps is something that is very novel. You see the system will take them and rather say, okay, you know what, rather than penalize you, let's come and use you now to start producing this thing from a positive angle. Now, what stops, I've said this before, and I'm not saying this because of any regional issue. What stops, for instance, the Nigerian government now, if they were serious? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Sorry, my earpiece just went off. If let me reconnect it and I'll come back, please.
Okay, that's fine. So yeah, why are we like this? Eagle.
The,
What is at
the
the
reason why,
core of our reasoning like this?
the reason why is that the orientation that our leaders have is very poor and bad. And moreover, there's what we call witches and wizards in their hearts. What do I mean by
Okay.
that witches and wizard in the heart is that as you are now, I see that you have a knowledge that will make you to go far in life. Now, I began to ask myself, why must it be you? Why must it be forefather that will go far?
Mm.
Now, because of support I will give to you, I look for a way to pull you down. That is witches and wizard in the heart. I will going to use my heart to make sure that it is not succeed. That's the problem
So
because
you
we are
think
not
we
seeing
like
the
to
bigger
pull each other
picture.
down? That's why.
Yeah, we love pushing it. Look, for instance, look what happened to 7 Up. When you read the history of 7 Up, the man fell 6 times. The 7 times that he succeeded on what he is doing, the man named 7 Up. Do you know if it is Nigeria that you are trying to bring that kind of soft drink and all the rest of them, and you have been trying and failed. Now that will come and destroy you, say that you want to bring poison to people.
Wow.
That is true
Wow.
because they
Rokoya.
don't see a future. Because they don't see his future. Then I summarize with this now. If in India here, there's something that used to happen in India here. Do you know government of India have a place that they train people free of charge, both in technology, both in any segment, any knowledge,
No.
government will train you free of charge. Federal government, it's under the federal government allocation. They will train you free of charge. Then after training you free of charge, you come out successfully. Then what they will do, government will fees you, or they say that they want to establish their own micro industry. Government will sponsor you for you to
Yeah.
start. And then when you start, they know that when you start, you have
Um.
employed 5 people or
Eagle,
6 people.
just hold on. I think Rokoya is from. I think you're Ghana now.
I am
Rokoya,
from Ghana. Can I speak?
yeah. If you can, I don't know if you can get in the camera because there's a rule on this because we are
Oh
streaming to
dear, I
multiple.
am. I'm laid.
Yeah.
I'm so.
Can I
Can I
quickly
just show
finish and
my
then
face and then I'll take it because I'm laid down, and I'm sorry.
Mm.
This is my first time calling, and I'm calling because of new to Niger. So can you just permit me just for today? Next time I'll know the rules, so I will come on ready to talk. I'm a mess, and ladies, we have to adore ourselves
Yeah.
looking great.
I
So
agree.
just
I
forgive me.
think I agree with that. After all, the ladies
Okay.
they do that. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah,
Yeah, thank
I
you for
didn't
joining
realize
us.
that was the course, and I mean because I've interacted with you elsewhere, I thought you may give me that pass. So next time I'll come ready. Hi everyone, my name is obviously Rokoya. I'm from Ghana, but you can very well call me a West African because I've lived in Nigeria, in Ibadan. I live in Togo. I have a real understanding and love for our African brotherhood. So I wanted to jump in and address this a little bit. And to Naja, I recently moved back from the US back to Ghana about a year and a half, 2 years ago. And it's interesting because I'm actually I've set up a medical device company because while I was in the US, I was in the Silicon Valley. I was working with a lot of biotechs and things. And I thought there's a lot of good ideas and good products that just don't make it. Some of it are very benign. And the product that I'm working with and doing research promoting here in Ghana, and we're going to promote it all over, including Nigeria, is a plant-based technology, which this is pure cotton that has gone through a transformation. And this thing can be used to do a lot of good in terms of trauma healing. Accidents, look at all these Okada accidents and things that happen. People are dying from rural areas, and you apply this product, 2 seconds, the bleeding is stopped. And the good thing is the product is body absorbable, so it will be absorbed in your body and will disappear. So, but I wanted to share something with you which ties into what we're saying about the lack of funding for research. There's a lot of research. I mean, now that I came and I started working with academia and stuff, our people are very brilliant. I mean, I'm telling you, the things that people are making, that students are coming from Canada, they come here under pretense of doing exchange programs, and we allow them to come into our universities to exchange ideas. And then they take the ideas that are conceptualized, not even by university graduates. These are nurses in the field. These are people working in restaurants. They come up with brilliant ideas, but there is a lack of understanding amongst our people. The value of innovation goes beyond, this really goes beyond even government and policy. It is that within our education system itself, the way we are programmed by Eurocentric type education, very little effort is given to the person trying to break through something. And so what happens is you may start an idea and it's treated like a hobby rather than serious research, you know. And so when the concepts are developed and you don't have the support even within your academic environment to push this and push it and push it, what happens is the ideas just die, or they become, something in the archives. But for you to turn it around to understand, like I was saying in my commentary, the research must come from academia, but somehow the bridge must be built from academia into private and maybe public-private partnerships, where there are actual institutions that go to these universities and schools looking purposely for things like this, looking for who is that child or person who has brought something out. And you do it through all kinds of programs. Sometimes it's competitions, which I see recently because of social media. We are seeing these competitions that African students are going into, and they are coming up and they are being first and all that. But guess who goes after them? I don't want to take over this conversation too much, but I wanted to give you one other example where a Ghanaian company, and I know many Nigerians who are similar in the Silicon Valley where I lived before coming up. This Ghanaian company created a program that Google is using right now, to improve the searching capability of their engine. But guess what? They found these young boys, three of them, and paid them $5 million, bought the technology for them, sponsored them, brought them all to the US, and now they've been absorbed into that system. But then when we are using these technologies, we are thinking this is coming out of America, or it's coming out of China. But it is coming out of African minds. Do you know how many Nigerians I know in San Jose who are brilliant? They are writing code. Ghanaians who are writing the codes that we are using for the internet. I mean, we are doing things, but I think what is missing is the value system, where within our own context, these things must mean something. It's like you have gold in the ground. If you don't value, somebody's going to come and tell you something, and you're going to take $5,000 and give them your land for free, which is happening in Ghana. The value systems must change. Our education must be sending out message of, we value your new creative ideas, and no idea is bad. Allow
Yeah.
people to expand. That I will drop and allow my brothers to speak. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you. I find it hard to disagree with anything really. Yeah, Chim, please go ahead.
She just hit the nail on the head. She literally just repeated some of the things I wanted to say, but even went further. Now, the only thing I wanted to add to what she just said is that that value, because there is nowhere in the world that you see technology being advanced. That technology is purely advanced on the scale of individuals or even the private sector. It's always the government. Some of the things you see in the US that we're talking about is a government. The internet, you have individuals might have come up with it, but the government is one who has the resources to be able to, at a large scale, take it to that commercial level and license them. Whatever you see Elon Musk doing today, or even Bill Gates, they were funded by the government of the United States of America. And that's why I'm saying that our leadership, the government, because they do not have the right perspective, like she rightly mentioned, what is more important to them is the next election. What is more important to them is to push an ethnicity. What is more important to them is to steal money. But if they were seeing value, just like one American president once said that he would put the first man on the moon, and he invested resources to make that happen because the government brought out the funds. And so if our government begins to appreciate, say, for instance, an innocent or the kind of people Rukia was just talking about now, then you begin to provide the funding for them to do that. And then you begin to align those individuals with maybe corporate institutions that need those particular things to be able to push it at a large scale. And you fund R&D. R&D is not moi. R&D is beyond building a refinery like Dangote. It's a huge investment. But if the government is not investing in those kinds of things, then, like she rightly said, those who see value will see an eagle heir or a forefather that has those skills, and then for chicken change, they will take you over to their own places, fund those things, and then own it. It's just as simple as that. I just wanted to put that down. That's all.
The question arises that because for governments to want to support those things, should the people themselves not recognize the value of those things? Because I know of a young man that was building a car. He was saying that his father didn't support him at all. That it took a stranger to assist him, because the father basically almost disowned him, like, you are not serious because you are trying to invent something new. You see what I mean? So I don't know. Do you think that there's some aspect to our culture that discourages because we think it's not worth the trouble?
That is a
It's
value system. That
because
is
we're still at the level of ego, because we're still at the level of subsistence, of trying to survive, of chasing the next meal. That's where that mindset. The father is saying, "What is this boy busy wasting time when he should be looking for banking job that will bring him quick money and all those things?" It boils back to value systems and all that, but it's because we're busy chasing existence, and we're not look. Our dreams are not far enough. The moment we begin to look beyond our immediate noses, we'll begin to make more progress.
Thank you,
what
Dr. Gomez. Hey,
yeah what
please
I'm
go
trying
ahead.
yeah what I'm trying to say that everything based on the value system we are talking about. Because when you don't have value over what you have or over the knowledge, or you not appreciate the knowledge you are receiving, you will not see the far away of it. That's why I keep on making use of Skybank. When they are running in Nigeria, they say think ahead and see ahead. So when you think ahead, that's when you are going to see ahead. But in a situation of African leaders, they don't think ahead, they don't see ahead, because all they think is about the power, but they don't see the future on how they innovate the system, how they're going to make a difference. Because the duty of government is to create an enabling environment that will cause the citizen to triumph. Now,
So, but let me ask though, because I find it confusing. Like, sometimes I'm in London now, and like, you go to Nigerian embassy, you want to do something with your passport or your visa. They make your life a hell, and they go and tell you to go and get postal order, something that people used to use in 1980s. They will tell you to go and get postal order, and the person in charge of that embassy probably has gone through the same thing we are going through that outside, but he didn't change it. So it's like the what is how it is relevant to the what we are discussing is that many of these our
the,
leaders see other Oyibo people and other group, even Indians and Chinese, inventing things. Why is it that they don't think that their own people should do the same?
the evil at the heart, that's the main point. The evil at the heart. Oyibo people, Westerners, they use the witches and wizards they get to innovate something. While we Africa using our own witches and wizards to bring our people down. That's the evil at the heart. For instance, how can you just go to your Your own embassy, they renew your passport, but they will try to frustrate you.
So, Niger, may I say something?
Please go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
With all due respect to this panel of people, I'm so sort of a bit disappointed that we are talking within this framework of innovation. We keep talking about witches and wizards and evil people. I personally am very, very offended when we generalize about Africans and we start using this language about ourselves. We are witches, we are wizards, we are evil, we don't let people progress. How can you look at your own people, including yourself, who is an African, and call us witches and wizards? I think it's disrespectful. We are people who should rise above this. There is no human being that was created on this planet, black, white, yellow, blue, green, who is not a result of their environment. There are no witches that are more in Nigeria or Ghana that are witches in China, or that there are witches in the US. Please stop saying we are evil, because that is an attitude immediately that
I
dispowers
want
us.
you to understand something. When I say that,
No,
I does not
I
mean
don't.
that the nomenclature of Africa is such a thing. Let me digest it more so that you
When you
understand
keep
what I'm
saying we
trying
are
to
witches
say.
and wizards and stuff like
Listen
that,
to
it's
me.
not fair.
Listen to me. Let me digest it more so that you understand. Like I have used this illustration before. As forefather, he is now. He trying to innovate something. Now, when he bring the idea to me, instead of for me to support him in that good idea that he want to go, then I look for a way to bring him down. Who am I? What do you think I'm trying to do? I'm trying to destroy the dream that he come with. I have used about three companies that established in Nigeria. One, Innocent. One, the other person is what they call it, Alin Onyema, APs. Now, these people, they come out to establish their own business. Do you know people that fight him? People in the government, including his own brothers, they are fighting to bring him down. Then what do
Do
you
you
think?
have
What do you
any
think that that kind of
details?
person is?
No, but do you have details about their operations in the manner in which you can say this, and not anecdotally but actually with plans? I'm just telling you that that is the nature of business. People are jealous, and you must set your business up to be successful. I just expressed to you that I lived in the US for 37 years. I came to Ghana 2 years ago. Everybody said to me, you go there, they're going to frustrate you, they're going to cause your business to do A, B, and C. And because I do not believe in witches and wizards, I believe in problems that have to be solved. I believe you meet obstacles, you approach the obstacles. In 2 years, I've been able to create this business to people's surprise. So I'm saying the language you're using itself suggests failure. And if we start addressing ourselves as people pulling me down, and what does that tell you as an
Let
African?
me
You
tell you,
are
I want
talking
you to
about
understand
yourself.
something. Hear me and listen
You're
to me
talking about
clearly.
yourself.
Africa is the problem of themselves. If you can
Mm.
be able to tell ourselves the truth, Africa is the problem of themselves. How do I mean? How can somebody will come out with an initiative or innovation to establish something? For instance, as Nigeria, let me talk about Nigeria because I'm in Nigeria. Do you know that if you are a good athlete and you are trying everything possible, do you know Nigeria government will not give you support. But when you travel to Europe and survive and make it, they began to ask you to come. And when you come back, like some of footballers, when they come back, do you know that some footballers that are representing this nation, when they come back, if you come back without a kit, government will not give you a kit. Then when you have an injury, government will not treat you. But they need that service. Now, what do you think that they are doing? They are trying to frustrate you. And whoever, see, let me tell you, if you want to establish something, you want to invest something, and somebody come to frustrate you out of what you are trying to do, and you particularly don't have the resources, and somebody that frustrates you, you have every resources to make sure you grow. What do you think the person is doing? The person trying to do what? To destroy everything that we have. That is the problem of an
I am even.
African government.
Are you referring to real witches and wizards, or you are just using this as a way of describing like
No,
enemy of problems?
no, I'm just using it as a way of describing the way we are bringing people down. I'm not talking about the spiritual or something like that. No, and just use
Okay.
it to describe how we bring ourselves down, how we fight against each other for that person not to progress in life. For instance, we talk about Elon Musk. Elon Musk, what make Elon Musk today to triumph all over the world? Is telling, is it not Obama that gave me a loan?
Yeah.
Look at it
Yes.
here in India. Here in India, do you know that in India, if we have a land property, but they don't have money to build it, government will give you a loan to build that house, and you will pay for the loan till you die. Your children continue to pay for it.
Okay. So
It's
Have
a
you seen the,
system.
the, the way
It's
they try
failure
to
of a system, not
elevate
the
their
original.
people?
mm,
But in Africa, they cannot do that for you.
I was the one that asked the question about, why do we not support these things? And maybe that's why he came across as saying that is our people who don't support each other because we'd like to tear each other down, a kind of, isn't it? So, and I guess when you use witches and wizard, everybody's now talking about witches witches and wizard. That is what the issue is. So maybe you want to say we don't support each other, that's why. Rokoya, I couldn't agree. Everybody seems to agree with you. You seem to have an insight in this, and it does help that you have actually gotten your hands dirty. You've been in the industry and stuff like that. But okay, you are saying that the path forward is funding and changing our education system, Rokoya?
And you see, the funding that we talk about, and I think the previous gentleman talked a little bit about it, where within our even budgetary allocations, we are in a lot of areas, we are already in deficit. You see, because one, I mean, I don't want to start expanding this conversation beyond what it is, but you look at even the tax collection capacity of our countries. In Ghana, for example, and by the way, when I talk about Ghana, I've lived in Nigeria for many years. So people shouldn't just assume that I don't know. I have lived in Nigeria as a young person for almost 10 years in Ibadan. What I'm saying is that the capacity of our countries themselves, only 30 to 35% of our people actually pay taxes. And when you are in a situation where there's a deficit already in tax collection, and then we have the use of corruption and capture of funds and stuff. Research doesn't get the funding it does require, which is number one. But even before we get to that stage, within our own systems, we're not looking at, at new ideas as something of value. For example, you see, we look at even children, a child playing, and you want to say something different, and culturally, you have to be quiet. You have to shut up. You can't go after when an adult says something. It's rude. All those
Yeah.
things are things that suppress the mind, the innovative mind. Because where does innovation come from? It comes from questioning. You look at something and say, why? But in Africa, culturally, you're not allowed to say why because our elders, oh, this is the tradition. You can't do that. So there's a whole value system that needs to start looking at new ideas as worth it. It's profitable. If we start publicizing children who have done this or new people, like I deliberately shared the story about the young people in Ghana who were paid 5 million by Google. Things like that. Let people start. So guess what? All over Ghana now, we have these new farms. People are busy coding, and I've seen the same in Nigeria because people think the software space is the easy way to go. And I dare tell you, there are many people who are probably making it in that way because I've met many on Facebook. Then let's look at even mechanical things where you're playing with something and you are breaking it. Before innovators make this, they break it to put it together. But you think about a child trying to break something. Now, what for you? You're going to kill this thing that will cost me money. So I do think that within our basic education, this must happen to change it. For example, I know in the US, right from when kids are young, when they started pushing STEM, right? STEM was something that became the even 6-year-old children, kindergarten, go to science fairs. And even if it's just as basic as how does a bean grow in the ground, the parents will support them. So everybody is thinking, how do I understand something? How do I make this thing different? because at the school level, even though these are basic things that kids are doing, you are firing them up for their minds to think differently. These are some of the things that I think policy wise can go into our education systems where we promote these things. It isn't that the government must be up there and creating these research things only. It must be part of the ecosystem of our people, so that now the government is failing budgetary wise, private person sees money to be made in this thing, they will fund it. Because we essentially as Africa, we are capitalists in what we think. We think about profit. We do claim to be communal in our societies, but our behavior is really conflicts that. We look at rich people, we want to be like them, and we don't care how they made the money. So we do have these uh, inherent behaviors for capital acquisition. So why don't we develop the system deliberately to allow for these things to happen? And my first thing would be education. We need to look at how does government, design education where innovation is started young.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, eccentricas, is there something that, like our respect for authority, like we don't
Yeah.
want to question somebody's knowledge. Like if somebody says, "Oh, I'm a writer or anything," and then they will just come and tell you something, and they will not. Are not allowed to question whatever they say. If you dare to question whatever they say, they will tell you, "Oh, shut up! Who do you think you are?" There is this hostile environment. I've noticed it for sure. You are not allowed to question anything, and when you question, everybody comes after you. Why? Who are you to question somebody of authority? So, what do you think? Is that part of this stifling of innovation? Because if your ideas are solid and you're highly educated and all, you should be able to answer any question. That's the point, isn't it? So, I don't
Yeah.
know.
So
What do you think?
so the problem is there is no emphasis on the sciences, right? I think there should be balance in Africa right now. Especially like in Nigeria, for instance. There's a proliferation of religion and churches, right? And most of the parents are not quite educated, in the area of sciences, right? So I'm gonna give an instance here. So my son, when he was little, he was afraid of bees, right? And I used that as an opportunity to teach him like what bees do, and it went on from there. So I started teaching him about like earth sciences. I told him that, hey, 1/3 of our food is because of this little guys roaming around in the yard, right? So I explained how that happens, right? So this curiosity is in the children, right? Like he asked me questions about like the stars, like why do the stars, some stars travel like that, and I have to answer that scientifically. So I remember I spoke with my sister. I talked to her about it. She's like, yeah, her son asked her similar questions too. But I'm like, do you answer that like scientifically? Do you do research and answer that question in a way that's like that will make his mind want to research, kind of satisfy his curiosity instead of saying, well, God did that, because that's always the easy cap out for most of the parents. When kids ask, why is the moon up there, why is the tree this or that, we always uh default to God created that, right? Like for instance, most of us, I mean, it will be important to know that the oxygen that we breathe is as a result of trees, right? And the process of photosynthesis. I mean, we learn this in school, but these are part of our environment, right? When you teach the kids about the environment, because like our sciences are like the reverse engineering nature, right? When we can make this a part of our teaching processes, right? We don't have to have big tablets or whatnot. Our environment is enough, has enough stuff to teach our children at the early age. Trees are responsible for the clouds in the sky, and you can talk to them about phytoplanktons and radiolarians, stuff like that. Once you start like my son, he watches videos on astronomy and even tell me about stars I don't even know anything about. Like that, there's a star, 3 light years away, blah blah blah. I'm like, dude, I don't even know anything about this star, right? So, once you, science is it's a very awesome thing, right? It's like intuitively, we know about science, right? Intuitively, like kids know. That's why they ask questions like, why is this happening this way? Why does the water run that way? You know, all that stuff. Like there are ways we can answer those questions that keep that curiosity going and make them want to learn and study the sciences, right? And I think that's what we need to do in our culture instead of defaulting to going to our regular defaults. Oh, God created that. Why is there a moon in the sky? God created that. Why is there trees? God created that. That default is not good enough. It doesn't encourage curiosity and interest in the sciences, right? I
Yeah.
think that's the role that we could play. We could play as parents. That's our role to play as parents. And of course, for the government, they should invest in researchers in the sciences, of course.
Yeah. Let me share one example of governments doing that and look at the result they got just today. I don't know whether anybody know about Elon Musk just tested I think the largest rocket so far, and they got it landed. Let me just share something and just hear the people that worked on these things. And this is when I look at it, it's massive, the kind of stuff that these people are able to pull off. And Nigerians individually cannot even do. Man, let me just play it.
4, 3, 2, 1. We have liftoff. Vehicles pitching downrange. Booster after chamber pressure nominal.
So
30 seconds into the flight, the Brumbles just.
So you hear the amount of people that worked on this thing. They were the ones screaming.
Starting to reach us here.
I will move it forward so we don't spend too long on it.
So the people that you hear screaming, right, are not necessarily the only people that worked on that. In order to make those rockets,
oh yeah, many companies. Many companies.
You talk about like non-destructive testings. They're going to test all the radiuses of the rockets to make sure that there's no cracks in there. People make all the devices that you need to check the cracks and all that stuff.
The work that they put into this is just remarkable. And when I saw it, I was thinking how they work. It's like hundreds of people worked on this in scientists, and the government funded Elon Musk. We all know they funded Elon Musk to the government.
The government. Okay, now let me give you a little bit. Let me give you a little bit of history here, right? So the rocket, the technology of rocket, right, came out of World War II from the Germans. The German Nazi scientists, right? Why did I put it? German Nazi scientists, because they are.
Yeah.
They were. It was the technology that they use in making rockets, like continental rockets that they reverse engineered to make continental bombs, right? Intercontinental bombs. That's what they reverse engineered to make rockets, right? And I keep saying this, right? When we had the Civil War in Nigeria, right? There were people that were making bombs locally, right? And bombs that could fly. These technology can be reverse engineered to create mini rockets, right? And this is one thing you got to understand, right? If you look at every major conflict in Europe, these conflicts paved the way for innovations, because anytime there is war, government actually funds researchers like crazy, unlike when there's peace, right? That's why after wars, there are more innovations after major wars, than there are before any major war. So sometimes I'm kind of secretly like, maybe Africa needs some kind of conflict.
I think that there is an element of truth there, because what happens when you are facing existential issues? It concentrates the mind.
You're going to invest on research.
Yes, because you have to survive, and then you find out that you need technology to survive. Everybody else is doing it. Even the Benin Empire was doing it. Yes,
what matters in this innovation are also them. One, first of all, talk about the value system. When the government of the day or the political elite does not have the value of the knowledge and everything that concerns the new innovation, it becomes a problem. Second one is environment influence a lot. Environment affect a lot of things. Why do I say so? I can remember I attended a technical school. Now, in that technical school, we are meant to ask some questions. What is that questions? Now, something like stabilizer, those years. When you look at stabilizer, ask yourself a question. How did this stabilizer work? How did he stabilize light? How did he make a difference when there's a excess supply of power and all the rest of them? This is a question that comes to our mind. We keep on asking that question. Now, on that, we began to do some researches. During that research, we started doing that period of time, that it costs us money. A child will go to the parents. When they go to the parents, there's also to bring some amount of money for us to do so and so. Sometimes parents will be giving you money and get tired of it. Even though, although we later come at that time, at least when I left school, I can be able to produce stabilizer on my own. We are many. We're able to produce and all these things. But how did this end die? You don't have the fund to go ahead. But if something like a Western world, and they find out that these children that just came out from the school, they have this knowledge. What the government will do? The government will just gather them together and do what? And fund them and send them more training. For instance, there's something that P2B was saying concerning people in this Niger Delta that refining petrol illegally inside the bush. P2B said that if he is president, what he need to do is to gather these children that have this knowledge. When he gathered them, he do what? As government, they fund them, they make use of them to solve the problem of petroleum in Nigeria. Than destroying all these things they're doing, than putting them in the prison, doing this, doing that to them. That is not supposed to do that. You have to make use of them to solve the problem we have in Nigeria. Like United States of America, when they got somebody that have too much knowledge on the system and use the knowledge in the wrong form. Now, what they will do, they will not kill the person. They bring the person down to understand what that person has, that will make them to do what? To hack the system of the government. Now, when they bring that kind of person, what will they do? They use the person against other people to make sure they establish their economy, do everything. But in Africa, in fact, only EFCC will make sure that they put it in that groom. In fact, where they will die. Have you seen how they keep the groom?
I understand what you are saying, and we've all seen it happen. Let me just see if I can play this. I think some people need to see how remarkable some of the work these people have done. Years of work. I, for one, know how hard this is. To build anything in this world is not easy, especially things that fly. It's extremely difficult, risky, and it fails, and you'll be crying. And these people, you can see how they are shouting. The way they are shouting, you can tell. Let me see. They just...
Can still see it up behind me. That is one of the most gorgeous things I've ever seen in my entire life. Coming up on hot staging next.
Ship engine
There's
startup.
most engines cut off.
Stage separation. Booster
Stage separation. Hot stage separation confirmed. Oh, we can see it coming down through the plume.
Booster coming in hot for booster catch. We're gonna ignite 13 of those Raptor engines, and this view is incredible right now. You can see how fast this vehicle is moving on the left hand. Landing burn, 13 ignited. We're now down to 3 Raptor engines. We can see those chopsticks now Make a go ahead, pop the booster. This is absolutely insane. On the first ever attempt, we have successfully caught the Super Heavy booster back at the launch tower. What an incredible view!
Are you kidding me?
You notice not one black person is in any space there.
That's true. That's true.
Dad, I don't know about you, but we're losing our stuff up here.
What a cool view of the reflection of that landing gun.
You can see the water just behind the ship. An incredible view. I think it is safe to say we have a ship in the water.
Touchdown!
That is a live view from the ocean surface. What an incredible end to Starship's journey.
That is some astounding technology to be able to pull that one off. So the reason why I show this thing is that I wanted to ask a question. If you are to project into the future, when do you think we'll be able to do anything remotely like this? Eagles Air, please. When,
Uh,
if you are projecting, how soon? 10, 20, 30? What do you think?
the main thing is mindset. When your mindset and your mentality is not disabled, it will not take a long time. How do I mean? If you watch China, when China look at these things that happen right now, what they're going to do, they bring a student into it, they bring it to America for them to do what? Study more about this thing.
Yeah.
Then after they study, they bring them back. And government will do was sponsor them and they begin to do some trials. So by the time they make mistake, like if somebody like Thomas Edison, the man that produced bulb, he keep on doing the experiment, keep on making mistakes until at the 99 on to 100 that he be able to come out with a bulb. But if it's something like you don't have a good sponsor on your own, and you come out with this knowledge, and you try first one, you do not make it, second one, you don't make it, and along the line, the resources you have is no longer carrying you. What will you do? You look for a way to rest. But when governments come on their own, have it as a project, the main thing that for them to have it as a project on their own. When government sees as a project, I say, okay, this project now, we are going to have vision 2030, vision 2035. And this is the vision that we have 2035, that this country are going to manufacture this country are going to show for this thing to the world. This is what we have. What are they going to do? They
But
gather
if you are to
students.
project, what do you see happening based on where we are now and how we are trying to organize ourselves? How far into the future before we can be able to pull anything like this off?
When we get the right person in the right place. But if you keep on having the wrong person in the wrong place, there's no way this kind of thing can be projected and make
That's
it.
why I'm asking you now. Let's say we are getting bad people, but sooner or later we're going to get somebody in the right place. And then if we get that person, how long do you think it might take us to get the right person in the right place, then go on to do something like this in the future? How long do you think it might take from your own estimate? No, it doesn't have to be accurate.
How long will it take? How long we change our mentality and get to the knowledge of what we need?
Yeah, that's what
the
I'm
truth.
asking. How long is it going to take us to change our mentality then?
Yeah, so hold on. Let me say something on this, right? If you look at the United States of America, right, most of the researches are done through the military, right? Nigeria does not have a military, robust military where researches are carried out. So like I said earlier, the technology for the rockets came from World War II military scientists, right? And we need innovation. I mean, the innovation usually come, like, for instance, the computer, right? Our computer right now the military had computer, right? That was how they were communicating during the Second World War, right? So I think Nigeria needs to find maybe I don't know, maybe start innovation perhaps through the military, but I don't think our military has any challenges where that actually propels them to to come up with new technology. There is no competition, right? And if you look at United States of America,
Mm.
they were competing with the Soviet Union, and that was a good thing. If you
Yeah.
outside of the political
It's like
consequences, right?
Olympics now. It's like every Olympics. If you go and take part in
Yeah,
Olympics competition, you compete against your competitors.
exactly.
But if
And
you just stay
like you said,
local, you're not going
exa-
to
if no
improve.
one is competing with you, you know what I mean? Like a country is
Mm.
like countries like people. It's like humans, right? It's like the bigger
Yeah.
aspect of human, like a collection of a being, right? Nigeria is
Yeah.
like, imagine Nigeria as a being. It's like the guy sitting in the bar drinking palm wine. That's it. He's not challenged by anything. There's no competition. Ghana is not
Yeah.
competing with Nigeria, right? They're not pushing Nigeria to compete in
Yeah.
the sciences. Like if Ghana goes to space right now, if they shoot a rocket up in space, Nigeria will probably be like, holy smokes, we got to do this. Our neighbor is going to go
Exactly.
crazy. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. No one
If
is.
only out of
That's,
shame alone, Nigerians will pick up.
oh
Yeah.
yeah. In Africa, this competition is not there. You know what I mean? In the military, in the sciences, there's no competition. For instance, if let's say Nigeria has a problem with South Africa, where it's a military, it's kind of some kind of Cold War, thing going on,
Mm.
right? Where Nigeria is like innovating in their military capabilities, and South Africa is innovating in the military. Nigeria want to catch up, right? As they're catching up,
Yeah.
those technologies that they're innovating in the military can be reverse engineered to be used in the private sectors. And,
I
for
think
the
you are
public.
right, because if you look at Iran, some people are saying that Iran tested nuclear weapons last weekend. The Saudi Arabia said if Iran goes nuclear, they have to. So that competition it forces people to innovate, to improve themselves. But Nigeria just sits there thinking that
But
our
yeah,
competitors are these people next door, when you
when it
should be
comes to
looking at
nuclear,
the bigger competitors.
when it comes to nuclear weapon, right? The technology itself is engineered to actually power a country, right? The new
Mm.
nuclear is that fusion or
Power.
fusion? It's
Yeah.
more cleaner and more efficient than what we have, our dams, right? Like Nigeria
Yeah.
hasn't even transitioned to that. You know what I'm saying? So if they actually do researches on that, that's actually a good thing. We need nuclear power in Nigeria to subsidize what we have currently, because nuclear power it's cleaner. It's cleaner.
We are not serious
Outside of
people.
production.
Many
You know
African
what I'm saying?
countries went to. Sorry, let
I
me
want
add this.
to add this thing, Seth, we are
Mm.
saying.
Yeah.
When you have somebody that is leading that is not visionary, do you think you go far? You will not go far.
You won't.
So
That's the main problem we are having in Africa. Even
whether
you,
you're
okay,
visionary
for
or not,
instance,
whether you're visionary or not, like some circumstances can push you to do something. Like right now, if like there's a flood in your house, your house is always flooded. You are going to be forced to build a fence or come up with something to prevent the flooding, right? Nigeria doesn't have that. You don't need visionary
Or
leaders.
some idiots might drown.
Yeah,
Some idiots with that vision might just drown. That's the problem.
it's an
you know.
example, right? If it
let
doesn't
me
matter who's
let
in
me
office, it could
let me
be
say this
Tinubu,
thing.
it could be Buhari.
There's
Just like threatened
something.
something. They will be forced to do something. You know what I mean? Like there's nothing pushing them.
I
There's
hear
no
your point.
challenge.
That pressure, there needs to be pressure.
But let's say the truth. Let's say the truth so that we know the kind of leadership we have in that country called Nigeria. One, Cameroon have an agreement with Nigeria when they are building their dam. Now, every year, Cameroon used to open their dam for excess water to do what, to flow out.
Yeah.
And according to the agreement, Nigeria is supposed to build their own to curtail the excess water and the rest of them. But till today, Cameroon opened their water. The water come to Nigeria, cause a lot of problems. Nigeria don't have. Are you going to tell me that Nigeria don't have any challenges on that one to do something about it? Look at what happened in Maiduguri. How the dam collapsed. Where the information have come for a long time that this thing is collapsing, but the government did not do that. But they take every opportunity as the opportunity of making money and start phoning money.
Yeah.
That's the main issue.
Money is a problem, because
Yes,
can you
phoning
imagine
money,
taking
that's
them money
corruption.
for
That
innovation?
minded corruption will make them to understand. Look at when we are small, that is on the school. They told us that the man that discovered atom, what happened to him? He said he was with his child in his car, and because of it, I was reasoning, thinking far. what to use that atom to do, and he forgot that the child is in the car, and the child died inside the car.
What?
According to what they told us, the child died inside the
Who
car
told you that?
because
Who
before
is
he
this
could know it,
man?
the child was
Who is this
for
scientist that
because
discovered
of
the
the
atom?
heat, because of the heat and all
They
rest of
discovered the
them.
atom a lot earlier than when before cars were invented, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't know. That's what the story they told us then. I just taking it as a child. Now,
Oh,
if you find out that what I get from that story is focus.
yeah.
When you have a focus, anything behind you, you forget about it and get a result. When you get the result of what you need, you remember there's other things behind you. But in the government that we have in your own country who don't have a focus, everything become a shallow.
Mm.
The
Because
government
to
is
have that
first of all,
focus, no, let me just add to have that kind of focus, you need support because for you to have that focus, you need to be able to be assured that you can get food to eat, you have a house, you have all those things. So the society needs to support such minds. And I feel like Nigeria, we don't necessarily support such minds. And I think when we discover them, we need to have a culture. The government is a big one. Maybe there's something we too as a people can do to encourage these people, at least get them to the level where the government can notice them. And
okay,
or
do you know that the simplest way of making this thing to become a reality in Africa or in Nigeria precisely is that all these people that feel that they have money, they're billionaire, somebody will take 1 point something billion to buy a Rolls Royce, to buy a Maybach, to buy this. Then you see this little boy that you showcased in earlier stage. I say, this little boy, since they have this knowledge, how are we going to invest in this boy to establish a country that will become a world leading company in tech? Now,
yeah,
what they will do, they pick that small boy, harness him, take him to a place that he will be more trained. Then, when they've developed the child, develop the knowledge, and invest in that technology, you find out that first of all, they start from what the world need now. What is it that the world need now? Every country will buy it is a drone. Every country will buy it as a drone. And the little one the young boy did, he can still use it as a drone today. Now he started producing drone. When he started producing drone, now many countries will buy it. Even produce it in different way. Now this one, since we produce one, let us use the Ukraine. Ukraine, we are giving you this as a sponsor to use this in. And when Ukraine use it and it didn't work out, they demand for it. For Ukraine began to make money on it. For
but
Ukraine, the world began to know.
can the diaspora do something about this? Like, can we get somebody fund them or have a competition? I know Eccentric has been talking about something about a competition where we have an award. We say, okay, everybody put your head together, come up with a new idea. We sponsor them, and if we do
Yeah,
that, we might be able to help from here. It's not a lot of money in the Nigerian context, even. Is that
so
something we can do?
a lot of people,
Yes.
when I give when I give instances of what goes on in America, right? One of my coworkers, he's in a UW, right? He said companies come in and bring projects to them, right? And then they pay they they sponsor the schools, right? They'll put in money in the school cover, and then they'll present a certain type of project, and then the kids will work on it. That's part of their school projects, right? We don't. I don't know if we do that in Nigerian schools, right? Where companies can bring in projects, an idea, you know what I mean, and bring it into schools, and all the science, all the science classes, right? All the students in the science classes will come together and work on those projects and try to see how they can create it and make it manifest it in reality. Government can fund those things, can fund schools to research on like you said, drones. A drone that could go underwater, to do underwater exploration, or a drone that could go in a fire zone or in a flooding zone, right? Those researchers can be funded in schools, like in universities. Government can fund it. It's just like they don't feel like they have any need for it because there hasn't been any challenges for Nigeria, right? Like in terms of uh, natural disasters, right, or wars, or any type of challenges that will push them to want to invest in research and innovation. Yeah,
that would be good.
Nigeria have a serious challenge. Let's come to this drone of a thing so that we understand what I'm saying. Nigeria have a serious challenge that requires drone. How do I mean?
What are the challenges?
Now look at the Boko Haram. Look at this insurgency. Now, since the world has come in a way of technology, now they can build that kind of drone and then insert camera in it. What would they use that camera?
Why do they need to make the drone if they can buy it, right?
No, not they can buy it. Let me tell you.
Because when you make it, you can start exporting it and making money from it.
Let me come to this level. If government said that they don't have any challenge towards it, now you have challenges of insurgents and Boko Haram or all the rest of them. Now you sponsor like this little boy that did this kind of thing. Now you sponsor this little boy plus other things need to be added plus camera the thing we have. Then when the drone go up there, the drone we do was we begin to show you the environment of the bush or the forest where this people are. You'll be able to see where they are. The soldiers will do what we use that view they see to do what to attack the insurgency and all the rest of them. They have the challenge, but the what problem they have is that they don't see far. They don't have the vision. They don't have in fact they don't care. About the future of the country.
What about innovation? What about innovating the technology that's not out there already, right? Something that could benefit the country. Like, is there any challenges in the country that's unique where that requires a unique technology, right? I think that's what would kind of push that kind of innovation.
There's definitely challenges in Nigeria that is unique. I one of them I've found is we need a way of scaling up education in Nigeria, because there are regions you don't have enough teachers to teach, and there are ways you can't train enough teachers. And if you want to leapfrog, you have to have a way of scaling up education where people can get it almost wherever they are, and so that's a challenge.
Yeah, you can use technology, right, to scale up education. For instance, kids don't necessarily need a teacher in the classroom, right? You can have an automated classrooms, you know what I mean? But you need electricity, right, to run an automated classroom.
Okay, let's talk about challenges now. Let's talk about challenges. All these judges. A judge will say that he don't know that this case has been handled with so and so case. And what they used to call it, they used to get from the judge. This judge will give his own judgment. This person will give an encounter judgment over this. They said, now, because of the way they are doing something, they are no longer using technology. But if Nigeria come up in a system like a judiciary system, that every case or any judgment that I give is going to be in a system, that immediately you open the system, that this thing will show for you that this thing have been happened, and this so judge have give judgment over this thing. You find out that the thing will helpful, but their own, they don't care about it. What they care is the corruption that in their mind, what they benefit them, not once we benefit the country. Let me tell you, is it in America that a president said, I think what you will do to America, not what America will do to you.
Yeah, exactly. But okay.
But our leaders don't think what they will do for Nigeria to develop to become like other countries. What they think, what they would steal, what they would take from Nigeria to enrich themselves. So how they think this kind of thing? Okay, what's our hospital? What's a hospital? What is happening in hospital? You in particular, that is America, even local clinic that you enter, you find out that even that's a symptom that disturb you start going because of the environment or the little clinic you enter. These people, they traveled. Why don't them trying to establish one clinic or one good hospital that it will help the citizens? They will not do that. So that they will use traveling hospital traveling allowance to support money.
I don't know how this happens, because all of us that are saying all these things now, if one of us gets there again, they will go and repeat the same. It's like, I don't know how they transform into this, because these same people, when they are on a lower level, they might sound the way you are sounding now, Eagle Air, and then the moment they get into office, they start like they don't care. They will just like going overseas. None of them really care about their people, truly. But I think one point that Eccentric has made about pressure, we don't have enough pressure. point
Yep.
yet, because if we have enough pressure, our eye will clear. But the sad tale is that even based on that video we shared yesterday, you can see why we don't, because nobody cares. We are not relevant in the world affairs right now,
Yeah, there is
and
no
we
competition.
refuse to
Like
make
for
ourselves
yeah,
relevant too.
there's no
Go
competition,
ahead.
man. Like Elon Musk is trying to compete with so many people, right? He's competing with Boeing. He's competing with Amazon. You know, Jeff Bezos is Blue Origin, right? He's competing with
Airbus,
this
all
guy,
of
so
them.
he's trying to
Yeah.
get ahead. You know, he's trying to get ahead. But in Nigeria, there's no competition. You know, no one is competing with anyone else, right? And human, for man, you know, we like competition, right? You know, we play
How are you going to
football.
how are you
We
going to
like to
compete
compete.
with an environment
Yeah,
that's so toxic, an environment that does not help out in anything that you want to do?
so we
Government is
need to
not giving
compete
an
in the
enabling
current.
environment for all these things. Even okay, could you imagine? Somebody was crying on the social media, either on Facebook, that the 40 feet container they normally use 5 million naira to clear. Now he paid 21 million naira to clear 40 feet container, and the custom charge him in dollar according to the dollar rates of black markets. Now, have you seen the environment have discouraged everything they want to do?
Yeah, that is another aspect. When the government is busy wrecking the economy, how do you support
So what do
innovators
you suggest?
to
How do you
emerge?
What do
survive?
you suggest? How do you suggest this? What is the solution? Do you have any suggestion
If you
for the
ask
solution?
me,
Can you create
I'll say
a
the
theoretical
diaspora.
Nigeria
The
that, you know?
diaspora has a lot to do if you want to insulate, because the idea is that the government is creating hostile environment, but to shield those people from it, the diaspora need to use their capacity, their access to funds, their access to opportunities, and the access to potential customers too, that can patronize those innovators in the country. And I think I wish I had enough resources. Personally,
Yeah.
I would have been looking to
Yeah.
do something like that, where I sponsor. I look for people that have ideas that I know I can market here, and not just
Well,
cheap, low level ideas, some serious ideas.
a lot of those people are taken away by foreign countries, right? You know, the process
Mm,
called brain drain. You know, there's a lot of brain drain. Like some people were saying on the chat, there are Nigerians working with NASA, right? There are
yeah.
engineers who are Nigerians working with NASA. Plenty of them. It's not just one person. There are plenty of them
Mm.
working with like Blue Origin, you know, Elon Musk's, you know,
If you
companies.
if it was like, say,
And
let's
boom.
say the brain drain, where you just have your people going overseas, this thing constantly. Personally, if okay, I can see the give and take. Let's say you invent something great. You know how what Rokoya said about, those people, they invented something, they paid them $5 million and they were gone. So if you invent something great, you want to make sure that if you sell that stuff, you get money back from it and use it to do something great. Isn't that what Elon Musk did, if I'm not mistaken? He was part of
No,
the
so look,
PayPal.
yeah. So this
Was
government needs to
Elon
get
Musk
involved.
from
So if
PayPal?
government, Elon Musk owned PayPal and he sold it. He sold PayPal
Okay, exactly.
to
That's what I mean. If you sell something, you used to go
he
and do
sold it
something even
to
greater.
yeah. So the government, right? So like when COVID research was done here, you know, COVID vaccine research. I forgot what it was called.
Mm.
The government, it was the United States government that actually funded the research, right? But when they fund the research and found the cure, the agreement was, hey, if you're going to use this like AstraZeneca and all this company Moderna, if you're going to use this, uh, if you're going to use the result of this research to create a cure, you have to sell the medicine in the United States of America before you actually export it out elsewhere. So Nigerian government can use that incentive, right? If you invest in researches for any type of technology, you can invest in researches for like if Dangote wants to invest in like anything. Let's say this guy say drone. Let's just say drone. Let's just say drone. Even though I don't see any reason why. Let's say a drone that could do something very unique for Nigeria, right? And Dangote wants to invest in that, and then Nigerian government uh, uh, fund the research, right? Maybe in the military, military research, or
Mm.
fund the research in the universities. If Dangote wants the result of the research paper, if he wants to take the patent and patent it for himself and create those drones, the agreement would be, hey, if you create these drones, we are going to use it in Nigeria first, for our rescue purposes and whatnot. Nigeria will own the patent, and that will keep
Does
the
Nigeria, does
technology
Nigeria
in
even own
Nigeria,
any
right?
patents that they can defend? Does Nigeria own any patents? Whenever they have any patents they can defend, either they buy it
Honestly,
or they take it from them.
I can look it up. I don't know. I'm pretty sure we do
Mm.
have patents.
The problem
So, like,
the problem is that
you have Bill Gates, coming in, funding researches in the internet technologies in Nigeria, because there are a lot of our people are smarties, bro. He comes and he
Yeah,
funds and he pays.
when you see, yeah, you might be smart. You might be smart like a horse. You are being used to ride for some other person. What is the point of being smart if you cannot use it for your own people? I think
okay.
The
that kind of
Let's say
government,
smartness
this
is not
thing.
good.
the government has
Let's
no
say this thing.
business.
I want us to see
They're not,
this the way it is right now. Is government ready for it? Did they care about it? He said that the government Nigeria used to bring 1 point something billion dollars yearly for research. Those money goes into some people's pockets. That's the truth about it. They use the money on their own to enrich themselves. That money, you cannot see where the money is handled. You cannot see anything that comes out for you. That means government is not ready for it, because one, is government ready for that very thing you are talking about it? If you are not ready for it, there's no way you go about it. Okay, for instance, individual itself who want to go on research on his own. Now, government will not give that person enabling environment. Government will not allow the person to go far. How do I mean? There are some materials that are required. I need to do one or two things. You find out that the material they can't afford to buy it because of the custom charges, because of this and that. That's
Yeah.
become an issue
but
because no support
like
from the government. Government is not helping out.
that's what.
They
Yeah,
Yeah.
will
we know
frustrate
about
you.
that. We know about.
Let, let,
So
let, let
if
just
they're if Nigeria has
let me just say something to the viewers and the people on the
a
chat. If you know anybody in Nigeria that has very good ideas, we are happy to promote them here, their ideas, and if somebody is interested in them, they can assist them in taking the ideas forward. Because I think it's a good idea that we start promoting our people that have good ideas, including the ones in the universities that are doing research that are not getting support from the federal government. It's good that they come here and share their ideas. They never know who will pick it up and want to run with the ideas with them. So if you know anybody in Nigeria that has ideas, let them come. I think Dr. Damage will be happy
Forefather,
to
forefather,
promote
we
them.
start. If we want to start, we start somewhere. Where are we started? This young boy that just developed that little plane and all rest of them.
Yeah.
which
See,
young boy?
they,
Who's the young boy?
they,
What's the name of the young boy? And where is he?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's the one
That
that
was
is the one
that
that
was
6 years
years
You
ago.
can
ago.
put my
Yeah, that was years ago.
huh?
Yeah,
That was years
Okay.
ago.
it's on YouTube. It was years ago, and there are
There,
many of them
there's
like that.
more people. There's more people that developing a lot of things. The best thing today is that
So
when you see this kind of people, we try to communicate with the person. Then let the person come on a platform. Then coming to the platform, some questions we ask, know the
Exactly.
direction and knowledge and everything. Then when he comes, he said that can people in diaspora sponsor such a thing? I said yes, it's very possible. Then when they have not, like, there's something that the program they used to do in America, they called Shark Tank or Tank Shark, something of that nature. Other Shark Tank
Shark
or
Tank. It's Shark Tank. Yeah.
yeah, they found out that if you watch that program, if you say that you have an idea, you have an innovation, they will come. They will ask you some questions. You want to tell them, you really want to sell yourself to it. That if the knowledge you give to them is viable to them, somebody will say, okay, I will give you some amount of money, I will buy it, I will do this.
Yeah, that's
So
true.
that's the kind of thing we need
yeah.
to be encouraged by that kind of person. If you discover that kind of person newly, then the person will be trying to communicate with the person and bring it to the platform. When the person come on platform, then some questions we ask, you see the kind of idea, the knowledge he has, and everything. By so doing, now you have showcased the person to the world. You have made the person for the world to see him more. Now, one or two people in this platform may say, because of this idea now, I would like to go deeper with that person. Then behind the scene, the person may come behind the scene and discuss with the person. At the end of the day, they talk how going to establish it. I have said it here time with that number, that people in diaspora can come together based on the understanding and the knowledge and the kind of person that they have seen in this platform, the way the person handles some things. Not somebody that will come on platform and begin to abuse people, begin to talk to people anyhow. He cannot like to, in fact, he will not like to do something with that person. But when you see somebody that is knowledgeable enough, that is mature and handle every situation, even when somebody talk to him wrongly, he have the maturity to handle it. And it's okay, my brother, let's discuss about this thing. This young boy that have come this thing, how do we sponsor this? How do we go about this thing? It's okay, let's reason. Before you could know it, two of you will come out with something tangible and we get to excel in life and go far in life. So that's
Yeah.
what we need to do. That's where the solution will start coming from now. There's a lot of them out there that have knowledge, but the problem that they are limited. So
Yes.
this platform is another platform that's going to make them to be unlimited. So that if
Yes.
you are going into everything, you know the kind of contract you are going, you know the kind of knowledge you are establishing, you know how far you are going about. Before you know it, you go far in life. That's where the solution starts from. Because if you are looking at government, you will keep on looking at government 100 years time. You have not seen anything. Nothing will happen.
I think you
And
are right there. We
those
can't keep
fresh
waiting for
ideas,
government.
those ideas will keep on dying and dying and dying. Okay, look at this. What they call it, polytechnic in Nigeria. It's at zero level now. Polytechnic in
Zero
Nigeria
level.
have died and died off. Technical school in Nigeria have died off. Nothing is happening. In fact, nothing is going on right now. The quality of education of Nigeria is going down and going down. Most of people that establish all these things in America, in Europe, they are not high graduates.
Yeah.
Some of them are school dropouts. But the government did not look at the educational level they have, but look at what they have inside, what they have upstairs, and establish them. China, if you
Yeah,
come
who's
in China now,
proper
a China will come to America right now as a contractor. He come to America as an engineer. He don't speak English, but when he give him spanner and screwdriver, he will perfect the job, finish the job, and go his way.
Yeah. I think there are ways we can do these things, and I think this area of innovation, I think, we can use this channel to, and my channel, all the channels that I know of, to promote it. Because if you can have either like a competition, as eccentric Cass was suggesting, or we have them come here, they propose their ideas. If we think it's something that is worth taking up, whoever is interested in it might be interested to at least take it to the next level, so that they get to a point whereby they can now actually seek proper funding, either from government, or you can point them to somebody in the West that can actually get funding from them, because they know now that the business is viable or the idea is solid. You see what I mean? So sometimes just to
That's what we need.
get the idea to a viable place, it's not a lot of money. It's sometimes equivalent to about $200, $300. They can get the idea to a level where you can actually say, okay, this will, they've done something. $500 may be too much even for some of them, while others may need more,
Too much. Yeah,
especially the ones that are at university.
that's right.
Actually,
That's
what
right.
they are saying, is right,
That's
because
what
I
we
was
need to.
listening to
That's what.
I was listening to
Yeah, let me
Air
talk.
Commander. I was listening to the Air Defense Commander of Ukraine. So when they were asking him a question, how do you people produce the drone if we are using right now in the Ukraine? We have a year in the war. He said that the drone they used cost them either $100 and something to produce one drone.
Wow.
And the drone is working for them. In fact, the drone now they are increased the speed limit that the drone can go extremely far. Now,
Yeah.
all these things, yeah, because based on what he said, it can cost $300, $400. Now, when this kind of thing happens, now you'll be able to say, okay, this amount of money I want to put in this project. Because the world is going in on tech and of tech. Somebody bring the
Yeah.
knowledge of tech over this thing, then you buy the idea of tech and develop it with little money you have. Before you create it, he said that spend $1,000 into it. And when you see the result, because this thing that you show that elements do, this is why those people are shouting, clapping, laughing, because they see the
Yeah.
success of what they did. That's
Yes.
why they are clapping. But you in particular, when you invest that kind of money, $1,000, $500, $300, as the case may be, and at the end of the day, you see the result of that investment that you do, you in particular, you will be clapping and you'll be happy on yourself.
And
Because
maybe I was a bit sad to
what brings
watch that. Sorry, I'm a bit sad when I saw that they were not. At least I cannot see one black person among those people celebrating. I know there are black people in NASA, but on those people that are celebrating, I cannot see one person. Eccentric as what are you people doing in America, eh? What are you doing? Why are you not showing up in that crowd? You make up 30% of the population in that country. I can't see one in a sea of almost 100 to 200 people. What is happening? Answer now. Why are the black population in America not present in these in these scenarios where you have this innovative breakthrough work being done? You don't tend to see them a lot.
It's self-preservation, man. You're not going to take that knowledge back in Nigeria and do anything with it. They don't have the structure
but
there.
at least let it be there. We can't see them there. That's what I'm saying. They are not in the crowd.
There's no NASA in Nigeria. Nigeria doesn't have an equivalent of NASA. Are you like that's seriously messed up? We need an equivalent of NASA for real. Like we need to be doing space exploration in 2024. We should have an agency doing space exploration, right? With proper funding, like with proper funding, like we need that. If you have that, it can attract all these guys back home to come work on that. You know what I mean? Like it's when you talk about that rocket that went up in space. The people that made those rockets, all the processes that went into making that rocket, it took probably, I would say, an estimate of 2,000 people or more than that, 5,000 people to create that rocket, right? Yes. There are other components, there are aspects of that rocket that you do not see when it's flying up in the air, right? There are so many aspects of it. And the people that, do those processes are not there. They're not the engineers that put it together, that created the blueprint, Something like that will create a lot of jobs in Nigeria, right? Nigeria has a NASA. It will create a lot of industries because you have to make all the little parts. You have to make the body parts. You have to make, the body of it. The body of the rockets. You have to make the engine. All the components that make the engine, everything, all the coolants, all that stuff.
So, when you say self-preservation, what does that mean? That is the reason why you don't see black people in that crowd.
There are black people there. It wasn't clear enough.
The problem is that it's not that there's no black. There's black in that place. There's black people in that place, but depending on the location, on the place where they are.
No,
they're not in the video. That's what I'm saying. They are not represented in the video. But it's a sample, but they're not there. That's what I'm saying.
The issue, the problem we have,
it will be thousands of people. You know what I mean? I'm pretty sure I actually did something on that rocket. I'm pretty sure I did. You know what I mean? Because I get jobs from his company. I get a job from his company. I probably did something on that rocket. So I should be there, right?
But you're not on the front line now. You're not on the front line. That's the thing. I wish you were one of them. Like, woo! I'm like,
this thing you are saying, don't surprise the engineers. Don't surprise the engineers that tie the boat and not do this. Don't surprise some of them may be blacks. But because of the people in assembly, they will say black that place. Then in a system,
I will try to console ourselves. We go,
no. Forefather, don't be surprised in people that in system controlling the real project. Don't be surprised they may be black.
They may be black
there in the system, handle everything. But what we are trying to say is that how do we, our own nation, our own country move forward? Just now I remember a good friend of mine, all of us, two of us write JAM together. Then he got admission in the UNN, physics and astronomy. That's what he studied. Do you know that after he graduated and went for service and come back, he become a banker, he become a cashier in bank.
Yeah.
Somebody that read physics and astronomy is a cashier in a bank. But if it is Nigeria is a country that thinks it's working, it's not supposed to work in a bank. It's supposed to do some research concerning astronomy and the other rest of them, physics. Your government they have not in every environment, so you have to take the opportunity that it has at hand that moment. So the problem is that
can you imagine that thing when they were celebrating? We saw Eagle Air there, like, oh, Eagle Air is there. We'll be so proud. Like Eagle Air, fellow Nigerian is in that place.
Yes, you're supposed to be proud. and you'll be happy because you see your own color person the same place. The way
Exactly.
we are celebrating Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala in the whole world
Exactly.
now,
That's what I
the way
mean.
we are celebrating her. But you know that if you watch at Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, you find out that her success to that place did not start from Nigeria.
Mm.
Because if she starts from Nigeria, government of Nigeria then may be something that bring her down because the environment will destroy a lot of things. But because she started out there and she became successful, and how the people knows that people knows in 1999 one of Obasanjo brought her back to home.
Yeah.
That when she started running in Nigeria, people began to recognize her. Also, Ndio UK, Ezekwesili, and all rest of them. So Nigeria celebrates you when you're successful out there. But
Yeah.
when you're trying to survive in Nigeria, Nigeria will not celebrate you, they will bring you down. That's the
Okay,
main issue.
now let's do some this is survey. We need to find the black person. You know, there's this thing that we do. You know that program, that toy or game that they play with children where they give them a book, then they need to find this character inside the page because the character is hidden all over the place. I don't know whether you know about the syndicates where this guy wearing a colored sweater, they'll say find him on the page because he's hidden somewhere.
Yeah.
Now let's find the black person here.
Martin,
Where is
Martin
the black
different.
person here? Eh? I can't see one black person in any of these faces here. None of them.
The black
I
person
gotta
is
tell
in
you this. I gotta tell you
the
this.
crowd. Is in the crowd.
The air is hidden there. It's perfectly hidden
Yes,
in the
it's in the
crowd.
crowd.
Why
Just that the
they're never in
white
front?
cover
Ah,
everything.
yeah. Let me see. Let's say music. US music. You see it now.
Forefather,
Eh?
do you know that as you are now, if you enter airport right now, where there is
Mhm.
only white, the
Yes.
your skin is there, but because of
Mhm.
everywhere is white, it's as if that there's no black person in that
I
place.
must say, even in this music one, I've not even seen any black person. I begin to get worried for our people.
Keep on researching, you see.
Okay. If you type US music, yeah, suddenly you start seeing. You might see some black people. Oh my God, that is scary. You know
Because
this is a travesty.
because in US music, blacks are in forefront.
Okay, at
That's
least
why
they
you're
showed
seeing
up
them
here,
like
but that
this.
is a bit scary though. There's hardly any. Wow, I expected more. Okay, look at this one here. Very few. It's dominated by white artists, but in reality, the industry is dominated by black people. That's a bit
That's how
odd.
it is.
That's very, very strange.
Not that black community are not doing something. They are doing something. Just that I've said it before. When they have the knowledge, white will get the knowledge from them and buy it as from. They take it away from them. Then they become the CEO of your own knowledge, of your own innovation, of your own understanding, of God wisdom given to you. Because
Yeah,
one, you as a black, if you're trying to triumph, they suppress you. That suppression we are talking about, they will suppress you.
yeah. Because they are the ones
The-
that funded it and headed it.
yes,
So
and moreover, if they try to take it away from you, refuse. Now, what they use, the internet or the internet you use to make sure that the thing work out. They use that internet to frustrate you, take it away from you.
yeah,
You have no option.
there are very few black astronauts they have some black astronauts that have emerged, but they are not very many too. They are fine between and
I want you to know this thing. You are in America. Whites always believe that blacks are made to
Father
serve
is
them,
not in
not
America.
blacks to be their leader.
I'm in the
I'm sorry.
UK.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you are in UK now. If you watch,
Father is in Gaza.
if
It's
you
in
watch,
Gaza.
if you watch
You
whites,
started
there's
now.
something that white used to do. There's
Uh,
something white used to
He
do.
go
They
ahead.
believe that, yeah,
Father is in Gaza. That's why his internet is not good. Too good.
look at that. Look at that. That'll be Gaza, eh? But this is, oh my, I think that conflict, if we go in that area, we are going to get into trouble. But this, I don't know whether you've been listening, AY.
Hmm.
What do you think, though? Do you think, let me ask you this question from the point of view of prediction. When do you think someday you will see Nigerians flying, sending rockets to space? Just do your
Huh?
own prediction. What?
Wrong
Why are
with
you acting? Why are you acting as if I'm asking a sacrilegious question? Where do you think we start sending our own rocket into space with our own satellite?
we used to do blow and put it in those space. Is that not
Oh
rocket?
God, don't do this. Let's not do this with our people. Eh? You have to take our people seriously. This is Nigeria. We are supposed to be a superpower. We
No,
have to be bad.
we have one now. It is being packed.
It packed.
Eh?
It packed
Yeah,
well.
we
Rocket.
have one. We have one there. That's a problem. They pack it for service.
Oh God. But how long is it going to take us now? 10, 20 years?
Yeah,
Let me-
30?
no. Have you forgotten that Nigeria send satellite to the space?
I hear we have
Not
about
that.
5. I thought we had 2, but I hear we have about 5 that Nigerians are using. But we are not the one that send them to space. We just pay people to do it for us, and they put it in space. And
See. You see, when you are analyzing Nigeria problem, people don't understand it, right? We are not ready at this point. We need a total paradigm shift for Nigeria to move. So the basic things first. Actually, if we have the right leadership, the right system, we can send rocket to space in 5 years. It's not like it's a big deal the way you look at it. The problem we are facing, there is no political will. So basically, we are not just ready for anything. So look at common refinery. What NNPC are doing with refinery. This is the 5th or 7th times they are telling you, oh, it's mechanically complete. Oh, it's going to start in 6 months. These are deliberate issues. Refinery is not rocket science. So the paradigm shift, the change of the system we have, we need that before we discuss issue of how we want to produce missile, we want to produce aeroplane. That's just the truth. Because I let me digest a little bit.
So what is the paradigm shift?
Hold on. I'm just coming. I was just having discussion with 2 Nigeria, one from the north, one from the west. The mind of people is so horrible. So I was basically sharing my opinion. I was like, I think the major problem of Nigeria started during IBB. This guy said, no, you can't criticize the leader, provide solution. You can't talk about the problem. You can't talk about the leader. I'm like, bro, what are you talking about? Can you just shut up? Like, I got so pissed off. I'm like, you can't tell me not to discuss my country issues.
Yeah.
The problem we are having, we don't have a system. Even somebody wrote it on the comment section now. Even the election, we can't conduct an election. Do you understand? Like, the mind of people is not there. Okay, look at the ministers, for example. They are not interested in solving the problem. When we are interested in solving the problem, we can start, even if it's quasi a movement, even if it's just little movement. We don't have direction as a country. This is just the honest truth. Don't be deceived. We don't have a master plan. We don't have a direction. What is going on is anywhere Bele face. Auto, it's on autopilot. So they just let it be. Okay, if people are hungry, we share beans. If they are hungry, we share gari, we share rice. There is no plan. The youth, I tell you, right? I always say this here. Nigeria children, the Nigeria Gen Z, they are some of the most brilliant children in the world. But you need to put a structure to feed these children. I saw one recently that got 4.98 in mathematics from one of the university, I think Covenant University, that is studied online. Do you know the intelligence? Do you know the intelligence quotient? What you need to get a first class in mathematics, a 5.0 GPA? That's a lot. So all these children now, you need to develop them, put them into research, science and technology, pay them good money, provide the environment for them to work, let them take over this country and try to solve the problem. But we are not ready. Most of them, they are useless. If they can't leave the country, they end up in Kasha and they pay the 100,000 naira. Our problem is so big that people that said they are solving the problem, the politician, the senator, the rep, the executive, they don't even understand where we're going, where we are. This is the biggest issue. What we come here to discuss is basically my teeth is better than your teeth. Politics, it's just like when I say it, like politicians are the same. People think I'm joking. Nigerian politicians are the same. No this and no peace. They are not ready. They don't understand the issues. But we're not getting it.
AY.
The blacks,
Blasto,
the blacks,
hold on.
welcome.
No, wait, let me ask you a question. Now, politicians now in the universities, they don't have any VCs.
They didn't fund it now. When they go on strike,
No.
they leave them to go on
Hold
strike.
on.
Wait. Let me finish. Now today started they destroy. When the university was even good at that time, no, every institution look for ways to raise money to fund themselves.
What is this? What are you about?
Let me finish.
Raise money from
every institution. Wait, every institution find ways to raise money. If you have a good manager, you understand me. If there's ways you better raise
Bro,
money.
okay, let me tell you this. Even the best university in the world, government fund them. The best university in America are funded by the government. The best university in UK
it's not just the
funded
government,
by
right?
it's not just the government.
Let him be talking now because I let you know everything.
Just
be talking.
It's not just the government. Private individuals. Let me explain. You said only the government funds it.
I said, hold on. When I say the government, majority of the resources in university are funded by the government. Private individual are corporation. They just do a fraction of what the government are putting into the university. That is why your tuition is cheap. Even in America, when you hear research, government pop money to this stuff. What? Hold on. Let me explain this in detail. What
tuition is not cheap, though.
Corporation do? Hold on. What the corporation do? They don't really give you money. They give you a research fund. You are working for them indirectly. They are telling you we need to do this research. Like for example, GM can send a university a research proposal. Hey, we need to work on this. This is the research fund. They give you grant. You look for students. You start working on that. From there, you fund this research. But majority of research is funded by the government. Don't be deceived.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Did you hear that Elumelu went to Harvard University, gave Harvard University money to have his name on the department?
Wait,
no, let me finish now.
How much?
Nonsense.
How much?
I can't remember how much is it.
No, you need to know.
Wait. Sometimes when we are always blaming the government, it's not people also. There are ways things work out. I know the government has an issue, a lot. You understand me? He also has a problem too.
Blackstone, let me ask you a question. Do you know the cost of 4-year university? Do you have estimated cost of a standard university?
I don't have estimated cost.
You think?
No, excuse me. I didn't say it's funding. No, I didn't say it's funding the university. Don't misquote me. I didn't say it's funding the university.
Yeah.
I said it gave them money.
That is what I want to tell you.
Hold on.
Even if Elumelu give Harvard University $2 million, $2 million is nothing. It's still money.
If you spend that money in Nigerian university, it will go a long way. What are you talking here?
Yeah, it will go in Nigeria, yes.
Why was a Nigerian person? Your universities are down. You carry the money, go and get to a university that is first class university in the world. Why want to have your name there? That country doesn't have a house in abroad. It doesn't have a foreign passport. It's a Nigerian man.
See,
what are we talking here?
I understand your point. I understand your point, Blackstone. But
let's first of all put our country.
Hold on. The government, right, needs to give direction on everything. Need to step up their game. what has been going on in Nigeria for years is this level of corruption is too much. They don't care.
I agree with you, definitely.
Okay.
I'm not
Hold on.
I'm not supporting the government, but the rich cities can also do something. Why are the private universities? Why are they,
I get your point.
They doing well?
I understand. I get your point. Now, not we are even talking university. University is just one part of the Nigeria system. Things as common as roads. We could not build roads. We could not develop. One of the former governor of Kaduna, McCarthy, the son just died on the road yesterday. This is what they don't understand. And this road is that going to consume all of us. They were thinking.
But AY though, AY, this problem seems to be widespread. It's not only Nigeria. It's like, is there something inherently wrong?
Nigeria, which country again? Tell me, which country again?
Ghana. No, I mean in terms of innovation, Ghana. In short, almost all black countries. Look at this one now. We are embarrassing
ourselves. Also, West African country.
Is there something off with us? Look at this Haitian president that just went to UN. Look at what he went and did. It's like, who does this now? They just look at that.
That is Blackstone.
Who behave like this? It's embarrassing. Why do we do these things?
It's your neighbor now. It's your neighbor. That's another country.
There are certain things we shouldn't be doing in front of Oyibo people anymore. Like that kind of stuff. We shouldn't be doing that kind of stuff in front of Oyibo people because it just makes us look bad. We can't even build anything.
No. Actually, AY, I'm not disagreeing with you what you are saying. You understand me? But let's understand something, right? I was talking to my cousin today this evening. I said there are three organs of government. In Nigeria, can have put these three people in order: the president, the attorney general, you understand me, and the IGP.
But how about the diaspora? Where do they come in? I think the diaspora may have something to add to this.
Even diaspora, they have more than Nigerians. So some of the diaspora have more than Nigerians in Nigeria.
And the ones that are organized, not the ones.
How do you know the organized ones?
Are you not organized?
No. Forefathers. You cannot trust in Nigeria until you put in a position of money.
There is some truth there. There's some
truth. So don't look at Nigeria on the surface level. No matter what they talk, no matter what they say, until you put them in that position of money.
To be fair, while I'm here, since I've been here, I've had some experiences that will tell you that people, even if they come on channel and talk like they are very organized, but in reality, they still show some of the traits that lead to some of these kind of negative outcomes for our people. They get distracted by personalities and stuff instead of focusing on what truly matters. And but I think the diaspora may have something to do to this. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. What I believe, Nigerians that talks too much, that talk too much, criticize the government and everything. They want to make name, to be seen, to be recognized. That they can be picked up and be given a position. And once they get there, they show their true color.
See. No, that's not actually correct.
Most of Nigerians. I can give some examples.
I get it, right? But it's not completely correct because
I'm not saying completely correct. I'm not saying completely correct.
Let me tell you something. For me, I don't overrate myself. I understand the difficulty to govern. Politicians will come and tell you they will do this, they will do the out. See, I know the difficulty when you get to office. In fact, as a matter of fact, to be honest, even the only reason that will make me take appointment in Nigeria as I speak to you, the only reason, if I don't have the intention to really help the people, I'm not taking it. I'm not taking the appointment. And what am I gonna gain there though? God, in all truth, I'll put my life at risk. I will.
Let me ask you a question. First of all, let me ask you. Say, helping the people. Which part are you going to help? Your people from your tribe, or which part are you going to help in the first place?
Nigeria. All over the country, all over. Because
that's where the problem starts from. Actually, that's where the place starts
No,
from.
no. When I say my people,
No, let me
what
feel.
me,
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking about
yeah,
you now.
what me I refer
That
to my
tribal
people.
settlement, that's where it comes
Yeah,
from. That's
yeah,
really the beginning of
yeah.
Nigeria.
No,
That tribal
no. For
settlement.
me, when I say my people, I want to see Nigeria able to live a normal life. Just give them basic amenities, give them light, give them road, give them hospital, give them little jobs. Let them be able to live like normal human beings. Nigeria are living in hell.
Easier said than done.
Nigerians, a
But
lot
that's
of
what it
them
is.
are living in hell. As we
Easier,
speak,
easier said than done.
it's doable. Don't be
It's
pessimistic.
doable. Yes, it's
Don't be
doable. It's
pessimistic.
doable. Wait, it's doable.
Yeah.
Do you know why I said it's just said and done? You understand me? Because there are so many forces. But let me tell you something. Before you can change Nigeria, you have to be like a man who's holding a rifle in your hand. Anybody that come across your way, you eliminate him to do what you want.
Oh, people died in Israel. Oh, this war is turning to
Wow,
something
this
else.
is getting hot now. Let me share this. I think maybe we can move on to that actually because we've done 2 hours of this topic already.
I thought you want to discuss about Allen Oyema too.
Oh yeah, man. Yeah, man. I think we know about they. I think they charged him of something, isn't it? They want
They
to
added
punish
more
him.
charges to his case.
Yeah, they want to punish him for daring to have an airline. After many years of him doing this business, nobody charged him. Suddenly now they are charging him. All this will, God, we'll see anyway whether it's true.
Who's charging him?
Who else is
FBI.
charging him other than busybody FBI?
FBI.
They always find something now they want to sabotage him now. If you want to, I'm sure we'll see the charges. Because all these things, all this stuff I heard was the kind of stuff companies do all the time. You can find a way to settle it out of this thing instead of try to rake him over the coal and all the rest.
They will, forefathers, we are always just say that they are all doing to their own citizens. Let me tell you here in Germany, German government doesn't care who you are. Once you go against the law, they can even close down your company. It doesn't matter. They even close down political parties in this place. So not because we are foreign, not foreign. So it is the law. Once you go against the law, that's what does not happen in Nigeria. No matter who you are, once you go against the law, you investigated it, you are found guilty, you go for it. It's not because you are a white or a black.
Yeah, I think no. I think I hear what you are saying. The question is whether they charge itself, whether it's trumped up. That's what I'm worried about. Oyema is not stupid. If Oyema was stupid enough to expose himself to this people when he knows he's trying to shake this thing.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you what happened.
He's asking for it.
Let me tell you what happened. What happened? There was a guy from Indonesia. He came to study in Germany. When he was studying the government some money. After he finished his studies, he went back and then he was appointed as a minister in Indonesia. So after he has forgotten that he was owing government money here. When he flew into Germany at the airport, they held him. He had to pay that money before they let him go. That's after years. So that's what it is. So the country has to be tough for your country to be good.
It looks like Hezbollah has hit Israel for once hard today. Some people, somebody was, I think it's with drones actually, and they seem to be able to use drones to penetrate Israel for some reason. And this thing, there's a suspicion now that at least some people are saying that they assassinated a top Israeli official. One of the guys that shows up on TV may have been killed, but I don't know. But if they hadn't done that, personally, I don't want to start calling terrorists. Yeah, let me play it and see. Let's see.
Apparently managed to evade Israel's defense systems. There are reports that the target was an Israeli military base full of Israeli soldiers at the time. Dozens of casualties have been reported. They were taken to hospitals across Israel from Haifa to Tel Aviv, some of them airlifted for treatment. Israel has one of the most sophisticated air defense systems in the world. Its Iron Dome has destroyed thousands of rockets fired against it. But it's not perfect, and a number of Hezbollah missiles and drones have hit civilian and military areas in recent weeks. This was a direct hit in the Israeli town of Safed last Wednesday. Nobody was injured on this occasion. As Israel still considers its response to Iran's ballistic missile attack, almost 2 weeks ago now, the Pentagon has confirmed it will be sending a THAAD missile defense system to protect Israel, and that will
I saw
include
that
the
today.
deployment of dozens of US military personnel to operate it.
Why did you decide to get the permission for the THAAD to be deployed in Israel? To defend Israel.
It's not clear when the US system will arrive in Israel, but this is further
That's the
confirmation
president
that
of Israel
Washington
right there.
is working with the Israelis on its response to Iran. It might also suggest that whatever Israel is planning could trigger another attack by Iran. Alistair Bunkle, Sky News in Jerusalem.
That's a very interesting point. That
Wow.
whatever Israel is planning, it looks like America knows that Iran will respond to it. This game that they are playing, when the thing get out of control, if Iran is nuclear, it is not going to be funny anymore. And Iran has already said they are going to destroy oil fields of other Arab countries if any of them assist
Iran never get
airspace.
Iran never get nuclear. That's what it is. That they are still working on it, they are still developing it.
It looks
No,
like
even if they have nuclear,
they
they
have.
can't really
There
use
was an earthquake in Iran. Last weekend there was an earthquake, and the people that looked at the I've forgotten the seismograph of this it seems very similar to that of a nuclear test on the underground nuclear test. And you notice that Israel hasn't responded for over 2 weeks. That seems odd. And because when Iran attacked Israel, we were under the impression that they were going to reply within days. But that weekend, that was when this test happened, and somehow everything just slowed down. And now America is sending this third missile.
What I believe that Israel might not respond by maybe Israel must be responding maybe with cyber war and everything. They
said they already did about the cyber war today. Actually, there's information about that too. But it's not. You see, that's the thing. It's not spread. So people will just say there's cyber attack in this, but the information is not confirmed everywhere. So we don't know what's happening yet.
You know, they did it before anyway. So Israel and America did it before, whereby they sent some malware into the Iran nuclear system that destroyed them, their most of their nuclear
facilities. Some of their
somehow yes, right, yeah. So yes, but that's even on everywhere.
There is one Iranian general that they are saying may be partly responsible for all the deaths that have been happening in Hezbollah. That it looks like the leak came from the leak came from Iran, not from Hezbollah. Can you imagine that? The problem came from Iran, and one of the Iran supporters was saying that it may be from Beirut. That they were thinking that it was from Beirut because the people in Beirut don't like Hezbollah that much. But if you thought that it was from Iran, it would be quite embarrassing. That they are the ones that caused the death of all those top people in Hezbollah. Is painful stuff. And but we'll see.
Seriously investigating him. Of course, that's what Mossad do now. Mossad, they got to look for a way to penetrate you.
Yeah.
That's how they get
always somebody. Yeah, there's always somebody they find.
No, that's what it's done.
I don't mean to backtrack, but someone said they're interested in the whole Shark Tank thing. This guy mentioned. I forgot his name.
Who said
the Shark Tank thing?
Shark
someone
Tank,
on the
is
chat.
it not like going to propose ideas to people that have money?
Right, exactly. You know, I don't know how we can start a Shark Tank to help people that people that create innovations, right? Because you have to have a business, right? To be able to,
and you have to have a financial reserve to support the businesses that come and propose.
You have to have a business. You have to have a distribution networks, to distribute whatever innovations that's going to be presented.
You have to have all those things. But that said, anyway, this guy that I was checking that was talking about the Israeli official that may have lost his life due to this wahala. We are busy watching a Haitian minister, prime leader drinking water from a jug in the UN, embarrassing us, while other people are just doing they have other problems to worry about. Let me see if I can find any this in Israeli surrounded. No, I can't see any information. But if if a top Israeli official was killed, oh my God.
No,
What is going to happen? There's something that's going to happen anyway.
They said that
there was something I
the missile
mentioned
hit
earlier.
was into the
There was something I mentioned earlier, right? So I said the reason why Nigerians, right, the Nigerian government doesn't invest money on innovations and such in innovations and in the sciences and whatnot is because Nigeria doesn't have a problem, right? If Nigeria has, like, let's say some kind of disease, right, or COVID-19 level of problem or a world war, Nigerian government would invest money in the military researchers to create technologies to fight those problems, right? Or let's say if there's a competition between Nigeria and Ghana, where Ghanaian aerospace companies are making rockets, Nigeria would want to emulate them, right? Because they don't want to be left out, right? There's no push in terms of competition, right, for Nigeria to actually innovate.
That's the pressure we talked about now. We talked about the pressure that is involved.
I just want to get involved in that. I don't know if I want to talk about Israel right now, bro. Like,
is that why you keep bringing this one back? Why do you feel like you have to bring this one back? Because we've done it for 2 hours already.
Honestly, I feel sorry for the
military. Anyway, for the military, the missile was ended in the military base now, so it was the military, so not the civilian area.
Yes, I think that's why I think what is the worst Israel can do to them? Bomb them more. I don't know. They bombed them with pagers, walkie-talkies, 2,000-pound bombs, everything. What do you want again? You were saying something?
No. Actually, it should not go into. I don't. If it go into the full-fledged war like the last one Israel fought with the 6 Arab countries, it will be very bad anyway. So
yeah, there's not that much that can happen anymore that
I agree with you.
Hezbollah and Hamas hasn't seen. Hamas, I don't think you can destroy Gaza any more than they have destroyed.
What do you want to destroy in Gaza anymore? Exactly. That was my point.
There's nothing left.
Yeah. You destroy everything now. Facilities, everything. Schools, hospitals. I mean, when you are in that state, sometimes they're gonna let us be in that situation. You will be prepared to die. You don't care. Because you see death every day, every minute. So what's remaining? That's just the honest truth.
The last 1 month, we've witnessed Israel make a lot of gains because they, took out a lot of people in Hezbollah, and it kind of decimated Hamas in terms of the landmass of that area. Everything was good, but it looks like it's being torn now.
Father, I have a question for you, though. With all this bombing, the invasion in Gaza, does it really surprise you, the idea that we are unable to locate the hostages in Gaza? Does it surprise you at all?
I don't think it surprises me. The reason why I say that is because Gaza in our head, it looks small, but it's quite big. And Israeli soldiers are not everywhere. And these guys are underground too. So, and they see them coming before Israelis will see them. So they know how to dodge them. They probably practiced these things for a long time. They evade them knowing where they are going, where they are not there, and they just keep weaving. And I think there are reports that said that they had opportunities to kill the head of Hamas.
He was with hostages.
Yeah, he had hostages around him.
Yeah, I saw that report.
All those things, they know what they are doing to an extent. So if you are careful enough, to an extent, you might be able to escape the Israeli. Not to mention, sometimes they may even have one bunker somewhere that is completely detached from all the other bunkers, and you don't see the entrance, and they're just underground, and you will not know. No matter what you do, you will not know. You will check everywhere. You walk over.
No. What surprised me is sometimes I ask myself, how did they build all this? When did they build all these things? All this bunker, this underground tunnel and everything.
It's definitely for years.
Yeah, because if you look at all these things, some of them are very complicated, are very highly secured But can understand me, you know. So it's like
Our people are too useless. We don't know that when we mean business, we can do something. North Korea, they build their own within 4 years. When they
Yeah.
build their underground, 100 meters underground for their
Even
train
train,
lines.
even
Yeah,
train.
for their
When
trains to be moving.
Kim Jong-un is traveling, he
Mm.
goes underground
We
with
are
his
so
trains.
useless that we can't even build
So
something like
even
that.
when you throw ballistic missile,
you know why? Because we feel that we are not facing any enemy now, and that's the simple reason for it. When we begin to see that we are facing some enemies, I think.
You see, that's the problem now. We are waiting until the enemy shows their face when we know we have.
Anyway, now all Africans go to anywhere, go to that West African countries.
Egyptians are not like that. North Africans are not like that. It's us.
Egypt is quite different in the way they think and the way they do those things. Understand me? Okay, look at if you think about the Arab Spring. You understand me? You know what happened in the Arab, that period, Arab Spring and everything. Has ever happened in the West Africa? We system is very peaceful people now. So whatever comes in, take that that we will survive. It is well.
I hear you, but I think maybe our thinking. Okay, I hear that. Okay, we don't have trouble coming at us face on, so we see it. But the trouble is there. It's like
It is
Olympics.
there.
It's like when you're going to Olympics, you can't say because your people around you don't know how to compete in that sport, then you pretend as if the main problem is still not there. Your competitors are not there. So I don't know how you inspire people to do that. Eccentricas has made that point repeatedly that it looks like we don't have a lot of pressure. Something to pressure us, force us to innovate, force us to
No,
secure ourselves.
it's like we are nonchalant anyway. We take things for granted. We take things just at a I don't care level. Or maybe let me survive. It's like a survival defeated. Let me survive and let me and my family survive. That's what
that
it
is Nigeria. That's the mindset.
Yeah,
Because
that's the mindset.
you really want that at least not South Africa they even had nuclear power plant. How come Nigeria, 230 million people, we don't have a single nuclear power plant?
Wait. AY. If we cannot manage common a refinery, now I want to manage a nuclear plant. Me sometimes I just say that they just forget that because I said the person that they just drink finish, he just press the button. Just do one thing.
No, you can't do anything. No, it doesn't work like that.
Wait, it doesn't work like that. But
are we not managing the refinery now? To be fair, we can manage a nuclear power plant if we have it.
No, we should not manage. That go to private investor, private man and manage. That's a private man. Not talk about that one. Can the private man go and do establish a nuclear plant?
What is this one talking about?
If what?
I was manipulated to do what? I don't know what he's talking about. I beg, talk. We get many problems on the motherland. Okay, he's talking about we shouldn't be talking about foreign countries. You have to, you have to talk about this thing because if you don't talk about this issue, people will not know what is going on out there.
They don't know if there is regional war in Middle East. It's going to affect Africa. They don't know yet.
It affects us big time.
Everything in the world affects each country. It's indirectly affect other countries. It may not affect it directly, but indirectly. The war in that Middle East is affecting cost of living in other countries.
Did any of you see the video yesterday, the live stream yesterday about the Mackinder thesis? I wish you were here, AY, and this thing. You would the Blackstone. It would have been interesting. I think I will revisit that thesis because I think it's very, very important for us to digest it and understand it because it applies to many things that are happening around the world today. I speak the truth almost exploded yesterday. Like, it's crazy. It's this. It's like it was people in it like. But when in reality, you will see that what I'm saying is quite accurate. That when I was saying that I didn't understand why America didn't like to get on with Russia, given that Russia is a European country, is right there.
Let me tell you,
they are trading with China, but they don't like Russia for some reason.
No, let me just tell you the story for that because of war power. You understand me? Because after the Second World War, you understand me? Actually, it was Russia and the Allied forces that defeated Germany. Both of them defeated Germany. So I don't find any reason, well, from that point, why they could not come together as maybe have a partnership. You understand me?
Exactly.
So I don't know why they did not, because both of you fought, both of you fought against Germany, and both of you defeated, because Russia was fighting from one side, the other was fighting from one side. You
I think
understand me?
when I tried to share yesterday, this guy was arguing. Like, no, it's not it. I told him there is a reason why this is happening. You
It is
just said it
no,
yourself.
actually, it is also the system of government. It's also political. That's just the truth. Because America seems to be that if you are not democratic, you are part of our enemy.
But they are
Why?
friends with Saudi Arabia now. They are friends with China.
No,
What are we
no,
talking about?
wait. When interest come, just remember one time. America say, what is American interest? When America
Yes.
has interest in you, in what they are getting there, they will be your friend, no matter what you have. They know that, okay, for example, in China now, I mean American company in China, they know that if they are having just a big misunderstanding, or maybe that like what is happening America and Russia is like that with China, America knows that they will suffer a lot because the cost of living will be higher for them. You understand me? So everything depends on the economy, political, and our interest.
Yeah. I think when I tried to share it yesterday, is I really wish you were here yesterday, because that map, most of the wording that they use in the map, we don't even use those terms anymore. They grouped Africa and Asia together, and I think they call it the motherland or something. I've forgotten what they call it. So that if you control those lands, you control the world. And that's the idea behind that is why America doesn't like being nice to Russia right now, because if they do, Russia will by default control the world, because Russia will control Eastern Europe, control Western Europe, and then by default control Africa. But that's why they want to encircle Russia. This is the reason why you have Georgia wanted to join NATO, Russia invaded. Ukraine want to join NATO, Russia invaded. They want to encircle Russia, just like the way Iran is looking to encircle Israel. It's basically the same kind of plan, really.
That's what it is now, because the issue of Russia and America and Ukraine and these former Eastern Europe countries, you understand me, right? It's just because of that issue of NATO, you understand me, right? And actually, let's be frank here. Wherever NATO ally is, any country that is a NATO ally, the America have the right to go and put their weapons in that place.
Yes.
You understand me? So then what is not the security? What security does Russia have? And this is your enemy. That can bring your enemy to your backyard. I use a simple illustration. If you have a house and the next land is free, and you know your enemy, your enemy, but you're talking to someone to come and buy that land. If you have that money to buy, you will buy it higher than him because for not to come near you.
Yes, that's true. But
so that's the problem between Russia and Ukraine, and America knows it.
You know
let
welcome,
me share this. Let me just share
welcome
it
Alaji
briefly so that we can digest this.
welcome.
Yeah, Jonaba, welcome.
Oga Blasto will not let me speak, so now the problem.
Why must you speak? Yesterday you
they
were
won't
there.
let me speak even. They won't let me
Yesterday you were there. You
the
spoke.
moderation. Let me steer
On
the
Friday
conversation.
you were there. You spoke.
Allow me to steer the conversation, Mr. Gentleman. Let me steer the conversation. So I want us to look at this because it helps us. Man, I feel sorry for Africa sometimes when I look at this map. I not because I don't know why they ignore us. Like we don't matter. Like we are completely useless in the game of things. Let me just see if I can share this, man. It's really sad. Let me see if I can share it. Okay. So
They have to consider these things on the global scale, if only because there was one region, generally ignored by leaders on the eve of World War I, that held the key to world domination. The thesis splits the world into two parts: the world island, consisting of mainland Europe, Asia, and Africa, and what this video will call the outer islands, consisting of the Americas, Australasia, and the offshore islands of Eurasia and Africa, chief among them Britain and Japan. Mackinder estimated that the world island in 1919 contain 2/3 of the global landmass and 7/8 of its population. If any country or alliance ever dominated the supercontinent, it would easily outproduce the outer islands in weapons, soldiers, ships, and undoubtedly even nuclear weapons, and ultimately conquer them. Thus the last statement in Mackinder's triad, "Who rules the world island commands the world." But how to control the world island in the first place? The thesis divides the supercontinent into two regions, the inner crescent or rimlands and the heartland. The rimlands, consisting of Arabia, Western Europe, India, and East Asia, make up only 1/5 of the world island's area, but house 4/5 of its population. Using Mackinder's earlier logic, this region ought to be the place from which to attempt world island domination. And indeed, Mackinder freely admits that in his day, the rimlands were the more powerful part of the world island. This was because the period from 1500 to 1900 saw great advances in naval technology. Better ships let coastal rimlanders travel faster and farther than anything on land, giving them large strategic flexibility. This meant that rimlanders could bypass defenses, strike rear areas, and wreak havoc before land powers could even respond. Thus able to choose their battles, rimland powers during this period had nothing to fear from land armies, and could therefore create their empires with little risk. But even then, the rimlands could not dominate the world island. After all, they had not touched the heartland. The heartland is defined through its inaccessibility to naval power. The region is separated from the ocean by Arctic ice to the north, the Carpathian, Zagros, Himalaya, and Altai mountains along its south, and the Arabian, Gobi, and Yakutian deserts in between. Its rivers either flow into inland seas or into the Arctic. Rimland naval forces therefore have no path into the heartland, which Mackinder sees as the greatest natural fortress on Earth. The heartland has two additional characteristics. Firstly, the region is primarily lowland steppe, and as mentioned earlier, such terrain generally results in one power taking control of the entire player domination of the world island. Heartland nomads thus terrorize the rimlands, but without modern states or large populations, they could not fully dominate the populous coasts. This was even more the case by 1900, with horses outclassed by steamships. Industrial might was needed in order to construct the heartland's equivalent to rimland naval was likely to begin from that direction and, if successful, would see the heartland come under a new ruler. Thus the first statement in Mackinder's triad, "Who rules East Europe commands the heartland." Unsurprisingly, Mackinder saw Germany here as the prime candidate for heartland dominance. Mackinder also noted in 1904 that a China that conquered or allied with Russia could also become a heartland ruler. Such a combination would also be very dangerous, as China already possessed significant coastline and thus could combine both the superior mobility of the heartland with the extensive reach of naval power.
That's what is happening now.
Whatever the identity of the heartland power, its geographic advantages make it a latent threat to all nations. But the heartland thesis is meant to be a warning, not an inevitability. Mackinder intended it to inform British policy and propose remedies to prevent the heartland power from achieving world domination. Firstly, the heartland separation from the ocean is both an advantage and a disadvantage. It cannot be touched by navies, but neither can it initially create one that challenges rimland maritime dominance. Rimland power should therefore prevent the heartland power from acquiring more warm water coastlines. In particular, defending the Middle East is of critical importance, given its position as a key node for maritime communications.
Middle East.
Secondly, the heartland should be kept divided and small. The unifying effects of lowland steppe can be overcome with sustained action. In this vein, Mackinder in 1919 advocated the establishment and protection of new Eastern European states, who formed a buffer zone separating Russia from Germany and vice versa.
Ukraine.
In addition, rimland powers should ensure that the seas of the world island remain open to their navies. Since the heartland is defined by its inaccessibility to naval power, closure of semi-enclosed seas like the Black, Red, or Baltic would effectively extend the heartland and deliver more land into the heartland power's embrace. Lastly, even a strong heartland can be balanced out by rimland alliances. The rimland powers still own the more productive parts of the world island, and combined, their strength can overcome the heartland's geographic advantage. In 1943, Mackinder saw the building up of India and China as helpful towards achieving such balance.
Nixon
Of
comes in.
particular importance was the Midland Ocean Alignment, proposed by Mackinder in 1943. Consisting of the Americas in league with Western Europe, Mackinder noted that such an alliance would combine the industrial strength of the former with the geographic position of the latter, ensuring that any heartland attempt at domination would result in prompt and effective intervention.
So the reason why I'm sharing this is just to give us an idea of why things are happening the way they are happening. I've always wondered why they don't like Russia so much. It's all about power. They are worried that if you allow Russia to do what they like and become part of Europe, they are going to rule the world. Or
What
if you
about
allow China to go through Russia, China is going to rule the world. That is
what about
that's what the trouble that is happening now.
what about America? Just
No,
want
no,
to
no.
leave
It's
the world.
America now. America is the one, the blue one
So
now.
I know that's what. In fact, me, I like the fight between America and Russia because if there's no that fight, America will have already be ruling the world, dominate the whole world, and taking the
Yeah,
seat of
no, we'll
everybody.
be in trouble. We'll be in trouble by now.
Yeah,
Thank
so
God
that's
for
what they want to have.
tribalism. Yeah, I've always said that their tribalism is the
Janaba,
reason why
good evening,
we're around.
good morning, good afternoon, good evening.
Yeah, welcome, Janaba. Yeah, you can go ahead with any of the topics you've seen so far, from why
You want to
our
preach to
culture
us?
may be stunting our development, to what is happening with attacks in Israel now. Hezbollah attacked them in their military base, 4 dead, about 60 injured. That's a lot of injured people. I won't be surprised the death toll increases. And then they map this Mackinder theory that goes way back to 1904. That's when he proposed this. So they've been looking to contain Russia for a long time. Until today, they are still doing it. So I don't know. Please go ahead. Welcome.
Forefathers, Abba, wait first of all, this your security law and order tech revolution. I beg, give me more information about this one.
Which one?
Maybe your code security law and order.
Oh yeah.
Tech revolution.
Yeah, it's about the sequence of things that you need to establish a nation that is going to be prospering. If you have security, law, and order, you are halfway there. And then technological revolution for us is going to be how we catch up with the rest of the world.
Okay, that's good.
Fundamental stuff. Yeah, Jonaba, welcome.
Thank you, forefathers.
Yeah,
I was there earlier, but I have some wrong, so I have to leave. I saw when you were playing a video of a young man, very innovative, and
yeah,
and you were talking about what is your assessment, or what are you trying to use that video to communicate?
Yeah, what I'm trying to use to communicate is that we have young people in Nigeria looking to innovate, and the environment doesn't seem to be nurturing of those things. You don't see enough of them, and you don't see the support for them to emerge. And that also affects our universities. We don't do any major research. How many Nigerians have ever won, or even Africans have won anything in science, physics, engineering? Nothing. We don't have a culture that seems to nurture these things, and that's why I was showing the young man as an expression of that we have people that can do these things within our population, but the culture seems to disregard them for other things that they prioritize, like godfatherism, all the other stuff that we all talk about every day. So that's what I was trying to share.
Oh, okay, thank you. Yeah, I think as much that is what you're trying to communicate. But on that, most of those things is as a result of resources and the interest of people. Uh, and sometimes we expect that the government to step and encourage these young people who come up with such idea, but then is uh, it doesn't go that way in most cases. And the reason why the individuals that are very knowledgeable or very passionate about such science and all that, they don't have the resources. So most dream has gone down like that. And it's all of those things, not just particularly to Nigeria, it's anywhere in the world. But the only thing is that we don't have that individual resources to sponsor our dream, whether in terms of improving it and make the most out of it. And then the big thing there is that okay, if we talk about there is a young man that come here the other day, eccentric or whatever his name. I mean, eccentric. I think
Eccentricast. Yeah,
eccentric.
eccentricast.
Okay, he was talking about what people can do to empower the society, and those are the way when you discover that you encourage them, trying to sponsor it as much as you can. Sometimes get into contract, but it take a lot of resources to make it competitive or to make anything out of it because I believe that the world is growing, that it cannot only be between the Nigerian space. If the world or any rich person in the world find out that what you are doing is something that will face money and solve problems, they will invest in it at this level of media that bring the world to a global square. So that is possible. So he was talking particularly the other day about what people can do so that when you started lifting those individuals from their poverty, empower citizens, they will be able to make a decision, and the society or even those oppressors, whether you talk about government or talk about the corruption in the society, that people will be respected. You can imagine yourself now in Nigeria, your mentality will be different because you have a different mentality. And if you are walking on the street of Nigeria, you will not be harassed anyhow because they know you have a knowledge of something and somehow they cannot oppress you. So by the time we start lifting our society, then people the other day that did not understand where he was coming from. They said, no, no, it's the government, it's the government. Let's face the government. Government all over the world is the same. That's one thing people don't understand. In fact, our government is not as brutal as we even think. But the problem we are facing is that we don't have equity, of course, in fairness to some extent. We don't have that. But then if we talk about brutality, I can connect this to what is going on in Israel. You can justify evil in one part of the world, but you cannot justify in the other. All of them involve power struggles and life being slaughtered. But you see people based on their interests, what is strategic to them, they pick a side. Broad daylight where even the camera is rolling, and you can imagine before the media get to this, and I think the worst enemies of the civilized world, of those who have clicked up to power, is information and the way that the media is going, that someone can just see things and say, no, this is what I've been hiding for us from a very long time, control the narrative, changing the subject to what they want to put out there. And now we can see it with our naked eyes. So the point I'm making is that if the society is being lifted above all the, if your people are not in abject poverty and struggling for what they will eat and how they will feel safe on the street, then we're growing our society in that aspect, and that in that way we can have a um, better citizens, and we can invest in individual, and the individuals that they empower can now have a say. You can imagine a millionaire or a billionaire in Nigeria, you think you'll be treated the same way the ordinary citizens are treated? And if you have a lot of them. So that is what we are talking about. Lift people from poverty, encourage them, empower them, and then the government team will shape up because they will know that the oppression is being pushed back by people who have the power to hire the lawyer they want to hire, speak to issue they want to speak to, use media what they want to use to at least put things out there.
But okay, okay. I mean, for us, that's true. But look at South Africa now, that is relatively more developed than Nigeria. They have more resources. I don't know about you guys,
Which
oh, but
country?
South Africa,
White Africa? White
South
Africa?
South Africa. Does it?
Call
This
White
is,
Africa.
yeah, White Africa. I guess maybe they should call it that. Um, why is it that we are not seeing a lot of black people emerge from there with inventions and innovations? I don't know what I've seen one from South Africa actually.
South
Okay.
Africa,
Okay.
I'm sorry to let me grab this. South African, with all due respect to the citizen and men and women, if you understand South Africa culture, thank God to someone like the grandfather of freedom, Manson Mandela, and so Bishop Tutu and the rest of them. But in general, their mentality is a very different mentality of approach to life. They are not that ambitious, majority of them. And of course, we cannot underestimate the damage that and the oppressions, and that strips something out of them. And now, I'll give you an example as I wrap up so someone else can talk. I have a privilege sometimes to work with other Africa, Black African American here. Some of them, their mentality is that we from Africa, we come to take their job. You are not a medical doctor and you do not have a job. You are not an engineer and you don't have a job. You do not have any special. You are not any special and you don't find a job in your field. So in that, you can find out also that in as much as we have seen how much South African American have pushed for freedom and championed so many causes. But you can see the low level of them is very few of them that push and look at us as a brother and look at us that we are all looking for better life. The other people, they look at us as their enemy. They don't even look at some white people can even relate to you more than they can relate to you. They look at you like you do them something or you come to take. So they are not all of them. And then I told them I went to a barber shop and he said, I love Nigeria. I say, why? Say because you guys know what you want. When you come, you know you come to look for money and you want to do this. But we somehow in this system we think we are our sister. I say, yeah, it's good to know because that is the whole truth. I used to be in Nigeria where Ghanaian has something to do, whether they are doing tailoring or they are teaching. But while other Nigerians are complaining that there's no job.
True, true. So, but then, is that the reason why they have not innovated? Because is it something within our black culture? Because you see that in
No,
African American culture too, where
I
you
don't.
don't necessarily see a lot of inventions coming out of there.
No, for fathers, I don't think that's the reason, right?
What is it?
Uh, l- Let me for Africa, let me just put it like this. If you look at inventions, Africans are so very much involved in invention all over the world, but you might not hear their name, right? Let me take example for like Nigeria now. Or okay, maybe put it like this. Actually, the private sectors are the drivers of invention, right? So, for example, I didn't see the video. I didn't see the video you played, right? When I was growing up, there was a guy in Benin that built helicopter at that time. It was in the 80s. I don't know what happened. It was designing it in Negosa Grammar School. At that time, in the Benin guy, you understand me? So people have been trying to do something, but one, there's no support from the people. I will not put the blame on the government because the government does not see everything. You understand me? If now, for example, now I can give you there's a meeting that takes place every day in Germany, Berlin here. What they call it, startup meetings. If you have an idea, you can go there. You understand me? Throw your idea. From there, somebody might be interested to invest in that idea. There are so many ways that you can raise funds for your invention. People will invest in it. There are so many angel investors or something like that online and everything, you know. But in the Nigerian rich people, the millionaires, they're not interested in investing in all these people. And in foreign countries, these are the people that invest on these people who has ideas. When they see the idea will bring them money, they invest on it. They invest on it, and then they push that idea and try
Yeah.
to.
Sorry, what I was trying to ask was, why is it that we don't believe in it? Is it because we don't have we've not seen it work very well before? Is that why we don't support them?
We don't believe in ourselves.
Hmm.
We don't believe in ourselves. That's the biggest problem. So I before I came here, I heard when we were talking about, we are showing photos of the African stars or things like that. You understand me? Musicians. You know, you say we're not seeing the black, even in America, I don't see the blacks. Understand me? They are all there. You understand me? Let me give you an example. The Beats, the headphone from Dr. Dre. You understand me? It was very successful, and it was people was going for it and everything. But when it was approached by Macintosh Apple, he sold it for some billions. But today, you know that business, nobody talk about it again anymore.
Yeah.
That is the way they bring money to entice you to kill what you are trying to set up. And company does it a lot. All big companies, multinational companies, they do it a lot. They kill the small companies who are trying to come up. They buy them over. They buy their product, and the only day that report, you hear that names. That product, they kill that product. Don't hear the name anymore. You understand me? So in Africa, because we don't believe in ourselves, that's why we are not investing. You understand me? For example, Enumelu always make advert that he has sponsored, give 5,000. He has trained people, give them 5,000. He has created a job. I don't know the job he has created. I don't know that the advert is putting on TV. I don't see. I don't know. But you see people. Okay, so there's a guy that developed a power generator that uses water in Nigeria. There.
Yeah, but I don't see us. We still buying petrol. I don't think it worked too.
No,
why Blackstone?
Nobody to sponsor him. Yeah.
Blackstone, you said something. Say black people don't believe in themselves, or we don't believe in ourselves, or we don't trust ourselves. Which one?
It both goes together. We don't trust ourselves. We don't believe in ourselves.
If someone do not believe in it, I think we should put it in a different context. If you don't believe in yourself, how do you manage to be creative and to that level of innovation?
No, not individually. You understand me? For example, now if now you come out with an idea and invention, maybe now I may have the resources to sponsor you to do it. I don't believe in you. I had that about you already. That maybe if I invest money on you, what will be the consequence? What will be the outcome and everything?
I think with the global knowledge and media and every knowledge, I believe right now that if any investor or any knowledgeable somebody that want to invest on anything, see any Nigerian doing well on media and they can actually from their country they can hire them or help them in any way if they will need to invest in them, even take them out of country. And that's why people say that the best of us are in abroad.
Yes, I don't know about where I was coming that when it comes to invention, you understand me, you have to be able to prove yourself that what you are inventing. For example, right, you can come up with an idea and patent it. There's a patent organization. When you have a visual idea of that something, you can design, you can write it and everything, and send it to that organization. They will now take it and investigate it if there's any similar product already in the market. If it, they now research it and send you their report. You understand me? So they will tell you the possibility. If there's already in the market, tell you this is already in the market, you understand, already being produced, but this may be the possibility. Yours might be better, might be worse, but it that depends on you to pay for the patent.
The question is, they will just come and buy the patent. They
Yes,
will come buy the patent, it's gone, then you start all over
yes,
again.
because you have the right. You have the right to sell your patent. You don't have to sell it. It is your own.
Yeah, it sounds
You
like
understand me?
you're. One of the problems is that we don't have the infrastructure. We don't have the ecosystem to support some of these inventions by Africans. So you are forced to sell to them and let them keep it
Of
while
course,
we start all over.
like the Nya Panda. The Nya Panda was invented in university. I think one of the Nigerian university, right? But the lecturer or the I don't know the lecturer or the professor now sold it out to a Japanese company. You understand me, right? So that you are very right because you have the resources. And how do we have the resources? It's the support from the very rich people. Want to
Yeah,
put money
the
in.
rich people need to be putting their money more in these
Yes.
areas.
Do we have research centers? We don't have research centers in Nigeria. Why can't why can't somebody like who has money say, okay, let me set a research center, let me bring people, let them try to research something, and let's produce these things.
I'm sorry, Blackstone. I one of your statement that I can say you are right. Or I said is that we don't trust in ourselves. Not that don't believe in ourselves, and we prefer anything foreign or anything. We don't have a nationalist agenda, and we don't have a race agenda. What did I mean? Look at you are talking about we don't have the rich people are not interested. No, they are. The level of bias, cultural thing that will happen in Nigeria. Look at how many uh, billions Dangote have invested in make sure we come with that company. See the challenges even while we are hearing that the Dangote refinery is producing petroleum now product. Well, you see that they increase the price is not benefiting the citizen as much as is expected because of such system we have in our place that even some
To
people
discredit him, you not to discredit him. That is
yes
because of this problem. Right.
so it's very discouraging, and then we talk about the culture and the mentality of the environment of even in Nigeria the people you hire to work, because nobody can do it alone. In as much as you
Yeah.
come up with something, you will need people to work with
To work with
day
you,
and
right?
night. Yeah, at the end of the day you get disappointed because people have a biased mind. Oh, I can only work to lift this person up, and when I lift that person up, maybe I'll be trashed in in a can, and so there are many factors that play into where we are today. The bias, the tribalism, so many things
Our
that
mindset, everything.
that is the mentality of our environment. Because people are generally a product of their environment, and that have affected some investor. If you and then if they are to sell, that's why it's easy to just sell it if you come up with it. If than to continue with it, because you not have a team that will do it out of their good heart to build the
We
team
work with you
and to work with you. Yes,
diligently. They put their
exactly.
effort and everything,
Yes. So yes. So those are many factors that keep us where we are. Not that we couldn't have been a better society. And then also lack of foresight when it comes to the play out of government presiding to monitor issues. There's no government. There's a book I read. They said no God but gods. So in our society, it's just a society of oppression, There is nothing that they have to say, okay, after my generation, I would love to see this happen. I want to have a better world for my children, whereby even if I'm not here, my legacy continue, my generation and the next generation will remember me for this, because you don't know the attitude, or you don't know what the next person that is coming after you is going to do. And this has also have affected the way that our government official role. It's like
Yeah.
yeah, it end with you when you are leaving, because every good idea you may have, as far as you leave, it's only God grace for some people to continue. And government is
Continue it,
not
yeah.
meant to just stop because one leader came for 4 years or 8 years and then that end. So we have a lot of issues that kept us where we are and have affected every aspect of our life.
It's like, okay, well, maybe everyone may be interested in this one. Like today, my cousin was telling me that they complain about fuel today in Nigeria, that all the drivers are coming, that the fuel they buy burn faster than the one they used to buy before. Can you? They said before they buy 5 liters or maybe 10 liters of petrol, it served them more than the petrol from Dangote refinery that they buy the same 10 liter. It burn faster than the old one. That's now what is coming out from Nigeria. As I was explaining to my cousin, I said, because the petrol that is produced is purer, it's more of a high quality than the one that we are importing. That is why it burns faster than the other one. You understand me? So that's not the complainer, they're all complaining.
Yeah, but you can imagine when you invest, invest so much. There's this story that we even talk about it on this show. I think it's a tomato company that a
Yeah,
lady went and
Erico,
okay.
Erica, I don't know.
In as much as I believe that he went too far, but then you can imagine that he worked so hard competing with the foreign company with the power that being that is make sure that every product in our country is not good enough, even though they are more better, much better, they are of a better organic and better of everything. But you can imagine his frustration, in as much I believe that he went too far. But then you can see you are battling with the foreign interests who want to sell their product in our market to, and then you overcome that, you overcome the corruption. Maybe you went through so much to make sure your product, and then you put so many countless years to make sure your company come to where it is, and then you see that someone come and just tear it down for one reason, even if it is a mistake. Of course, it is stated on that level that there is a sugar, which if you think you shouldn't take it, you should not buy it. So there are many products in the market. If you read it, if you think it's going to cause you health issue, you can avoid it. There is sugar in the market. If you like, you can go buy sugar, and you can like, if you like, you don't buy sugar if you think it's not good for you. Salt, any other product. So the point I'm making is that it's a lot in our African space, in Nigerian space, that kept us where we are, and I don't see the end to it anytime soon. But I believe that people will continue to push, and then we will educate our people, because they come with a mindset. Whatever you do in Nigeria, they will find a way. You will find a gullible one who will justify it and all of that, instead of pushing against it. Or if somebody do wrong, one wrong now is like, okay, everything is wrong, and that is not how real lives work.
All right.
Father.
Yeah, I want to close out because it's 3 hours sessions has been mandated by popular opinion. So you wanted to say something?
No, it's someone that was asking why is the cost of PMS not coming down?
Um, Because that's a very good question, actually.
No,
Because
this is the reason.
Black, so let
is
people talk.
You never talk.
Don't
you know, I
talk
do
too
like.
much.
You ask
Talk,
question, and I want to ask question.
You know, the
You ask
black
question,
stone,
and I want to.
the
You
way
ask
black,
question.
you know what,
I want to
Interject
ask a
too much.
question.
Even me, I'll
Eh?
be quiet for like
you know,
30 minutes.
you know, both
You have
of
been
you are
talking since
into
yesterday
men,
now.
right?
You have been
You're
talking
arguing
since
with each other.
yesterday.
Let
You have been
people
talking since
speak.
yesterday.
Hold on, hold
How
on.
people there here? Oh yeah, I'll talk. Somebody make a
I
shut up.
think the federal government is a kind of looking to offload the subsidies under the name of Dangote, just as it's actually reflecting what Nwachukwu is asking, isn't it? Because he's asking Dangote's price is on
But
and the price is
but
going up.
let me ask you this. You remember when they removed the subsidy, when the price, you remember how I kept telling you there is still subsidy, they are lying.
Yes.
That day I remember you say, I don't think so. I said there is still subsidy. You see,
You mean
the
I
biggest
actually said I
problem.
don't think so? I've been arguing for a long
Yeah,
time
you
that
actually said
the
there was
subsidy
a
is
time
there, that
when
they
this thing
created the problem.
started, right? I kept arguing with people. I said, don't listen to these people. There is still subsidy.
Oh,
This thing is
if
just
it was the first
common
time, if it was
mathematics.
the first time, the reason why I
Yeah,
said there was no subsidy is because that time
yeah,
the currency hasn't gone back.
yeah. Because
Eh,
what they do, right? They just mess with people's brain. These people don't have respect for Nigeria at all. They don't have respect for Nigeria. It's just sad because again,
it's clear sabotage now because when they remove the subsidies, the price should have been because Naira was around to the dollar was around 600 or so officially. So that would have been a price for petrol per liter. But
forefather
because
see this.
they floated the currency, all hell broke loose.
Forefather see this. Now, even though federal government want to put subsidy on petroleum now, with Dangote producing petroleum, you know how many liter of PMS is going out. You know the differences to balance Dangote. Because the main reason why they said they removed it for subsidy that it was like an avenue for people to steal money, right? They have to honestly, first of all, they need to put a stop. Nigeria, really, if we want to actually deal with the price in the international market, Nigeria cannot afford PMS without subsidy. It's gonna be tough because the worst part here is what is going on right now. Dollar to naira is around 1,700. By this dollar, I don't see it dropping. I think by January next year, it's going to be around 2,000 naira. What that means, it automatically also push the pop price if they are dealing with Dangote. They are looking at it in
Why
terms
do you
of
say the
dollar.
price is not going to come down, the dollar value, because our demand for the foreign dollar now is gone down? I'm asking, why do you think it's not going to come down?
Again, even the forest route, even the CBN, is another, the more you look, the less you see. It's corruption that is the problem of all
Okay,
this
now
stuff.
that's because that's what I was saying too. Because I said it will take a level of direct deliberate damage to the economy to make sure this economy doesn't grow. Because you remove subsidy, you should have money in your pocket to defend the currency if you need to defend the currency or whatever else you want to do. You remove subsidy, you should have a wiggle room to do other. And I mean, Dangote refinery is coming on stream to help reduce the demand for dollars. That was the reason why we are defending the currency in the first place. That is coming on stream now. Dangote has come on stream, and they still want to find a way to make it even more expensive. If they do that, it's like multiple times over they sabotage the economy so that it doesn't grow. If you are correct that a year from now the currency will be 2,500 or 2,000 naira to a dollar, it just tells you what you need to know. This is utter sabotage. There's no reason why it should be that way. You should.
Yeah, I agree.
How can you be manufacturing petrol in your country? You are exchanging with naira and everything, and your currency should be appreciating.
Some
It should be
people will
appreciated. So where is the
capitalize on
demand
that.
coming from? Oh
Some people will
man.
capitalize on it, looting more money.
That said, though, AY,
Mm.
an expert on TVC did some analysis, which I tend to, by default, if Tinubu doesn't find a way to get in there to ruin it, too, I suspect that may actually mean that the Nigerian currency will appreciate, because 30% of our foreign exchange demand comes from buying petrol. And if Dangote is supplying all the petrol we need, that is massive drop in that demand. And the currency doesn't, if the currency doesn't improve, Nigerian people should go to the Aso Rock and sleep there. Just don't bother. These people don't do anything because they are just there to destroy you. There is nothing. They don't bother with anything, because how can you reduce demand of dollar by 30% and the currency still depreciates? There is no, where is the demand coming from? That is some serious sabotage of the economy that is going on there. A lot of speculation, a lot of harvesting of resources. Basically, the ultimate round tripping is going on. And
yeah, it's round tripping.
I just hope that doesn't happen. I hope your vision doesn't come to vision, because and he's going to lose the election. What makes you think he's going to allow that to happen? That would be too much. If the dollar goes to 2,000 naira per dollar, that would be too much. You can't win an election with that kind of record, from 600 to 2,000. And cost of living. Somebody was telling me today that that cost has gone up too much for them. That the
Cost of living is high. It's
when
very
I was
high.
in Nigeria, petrol was around 600 and something. Now it's
Yeah.
1,000 something. It's crazy. That was just 2 months ago.
Bro, to fill a tank now, you started from like 70K.
That's just 2 months ago. What these
If
people
you
are
have
putting
small
Nigeria
car.
through, what they are putting Nigeria through is just wickedness, just downright. Man, I don't know what
And
kind of
cost
leaders we have.
of everything, food is going up.
The sacrifice is
So
almost for nothing. That's what annoys me the most.
if you earn 500,000 naira in Nigeria now, you are actually in the poverty range.
Yep.
You are gonna struggle, to survive. Say 500K with say 3 members of your family.
Yeah, it's not easy. You can't make it that way. You better not be traveling around. Don't use
Oh, you can't go anywhere for sure.
don't use petrol. And if you are lucky, and electricity now too has gone up. When I was in Nigeria, I was right there. It went up almost this thing from around 30,000 to 90,000, 80 something thousand. That's the last time I paid. Within how many months? The scale at which is by increasing costs on Nigerians. It's like they are trying to force us to go and tear the whole place out. I don't know. And then Showore wants to go and protest. He went to end bad governance. That's where he started off with. I feel bad for Nigerians. I really feel bad for Nigerians. I like what Aisha said today, that if she finds somebody better than Peter Obi, she's going to join that person instead. And
Period. That's the way to go.
we don't have good leadership. Nigeria doesn't have visionaries that are going to really sell a vision of the country, in a compelling way to the people, so that the people will sign on to it. It's just sad. Just I don't know, man. This type of cruelty. At this time, our president has leverage now. Our current president has leverage there, because with the dynamics going on in the world, he should be able to negotiate that. You know what? We should be able to have a little bit more flexibility. We should be able to control our, market stuff to our neighboring countries. We should be able to allow to do certain things. But I don't see that happening. I just see him sitting there looking for every opportunity to sabotage the economy. Like, whenever they see anything positive wants to happen, they spoil it. I'm telling you, if the Nigerian currency doesn't appreciate by this time next year, Nigeria shouldn't bother. Tinubu government will never do anything to help them anymore, because that will mean that even when Dangote refinery is there pumping up petrol and we are not getting demand for the dollar, and it's dropped, that the demand for the dollar has dropped, that somehow they found a way to make sure our currency doesn't appreciate. That, oh my God, that would be like voodoo. No, voodoo is just too respectful. That is just diabolical stuff for me. It's just downright wicked. Your leaders are not there to govern for you. If that happens, those your leaders are traitors. And Nigerians, I'm telling you, whatever happens to them, they've got it coming, because that's just that. Right now, Nigeria economy should be heading to $1 trillion economy. All Tinubu needed to do was come in, remove the subsidies, wait for Dangote to come on stream, sell to Dangote in Naira and this thing, in this thing, Dangote in Naira, and get it back in Naira. And then the demand for the dollar will drop. You don't have to defend the currency anymore. You already have a few bit of billions that you used to pay subsidies. The Nigerian currency will be around 600 naira per dollar. Nigeria, the economy would have shot through about 700 billion dollars by now. That is just those two major things, not subsidy removal and Dangote refinery. Just those two alone is enough to do that. But what have we got? We've got around maybe $250 billion economy instead. You almost have the economy in GDP, and we've got a dollar that has gone out of control. He didn't need to do anything. No, he could still steal money. You see, the truth is that even if he wanted to steal money, let him steal money with Wando and all the rest. But all he had to do was not sabotage the economy, and he still did. Man, Nigerians, they don't deserve these people. They don't deserve mercy when the time comes. If they keep carrying on in this thing, next year, Dangote Refinery has been selling petrol to Nigeria for 1 year, and the currency still hasn't appreciated. If they cannot run an economy like that, there is no economy they can run. Forget it. They can't run any economy then. That's how I see it. Tony, we are thinking of rounding up. Thank you for joining us. I really appreciate it. I don't know whether, what do you want to come and share with us? I'm sure you've been listening to us for a bit.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone at the platform. Thank you, those listening. Yeah, I've been listening. I just came in. Just a few comments I want to make. You seem to be suggesting that the main problem of the economy lies within just the refineries alone. I think if you look at the quantum, Dangote refinery only refines. So the amount of oil the crude that is given to it is what it refines. So it doesn't, and then sells. If you look at the problem that the man has been having with people in the upstream, independent marketers, you would see that it appears that there's some sabotage, some conspiracy to frustrate what the man has done. The relief that is supposed to, that the economy is supposed to enjoy, we haven't seen. But fundamentally, my thinking is that if your industrial base, you're not producing, you're basically a consumer nation. So the pressure is more on the fact that factories are closing down. So there's reliance, the quantum of imports that Nigeria engage in is draining your foreign exchange, impacts negatively on your foreign exchange capability. So how much can Dangote do? If you have been reading recently, you see that Dangote appears to be making a foray, trying to cut alliances with I think there was one of the leaders in the Caribbean nation who came, to see how Dangote and the refineries in fact, it was representing the Caribbean group of Caribbean countries to see how Dangote, they can work together with Dangote refinery to see how it can impact.
I saw that. I saw the young man. He looks young.
Yes. So you see that his focus is more now, to service foreign, particularly Caribbean nations, because there, I think the kind of politics that you have vis-a-vis that you have in Nigeria would be minimal. So the Nigerian problem actually is just a conspiracy of people who are benefiting from the state of rot that is in the upstream and downstream petroleum sector, because once they know that once that situation is addressed, then they're going to lose. So the cabal is strong, and if they can frustrate Dangote, they don't mind. So I think we should look more, not just on Dangote, because Dangote is just one subset in the entire equation. Our industry's capacity utilization, companies, big time, multinationals are leaving Nigeria. And what it means is that if they close shop, then where would Nigeria get all the services that are provided? They're going to get them from abroad. So there's going to be continuous pressure on the naira, and I think that's the critical issue here. Thank you.
Thank you. I really wish we know how to drill crude. I don't know why we have crude oil, but we never really got the idea of how to drill crude. To be fair, can't even get a refinery working. But I wanted to ask you one dodgy question that I've been mulling over, and I don't know what the true answer is. Maybe there is a reason why it's not answered yet. The question is, if the Nigerian government gets crude oil now from the IOCs, then take into account the amount that goes to the IOCs, the cost that goes to the IOCs, and decides to charge Dangote that in the form of naira per barrel to Dangote. It says, okay, I'll charge you in naira the price that the IOCs take from it, instead of charging Dangote, let's say $80 per barrel, it comes down to $40 per barrel, and Dangote then processes the crude oil and gives it to refined products and gives it to us as at half the price that he would have charged us normally. Who loses out from this transaction? Because I feel like something is missing. But is there anybody that loses out?
Well, that's a very good question that you asked. Dangote is a businessman, and he's not going to run the investment that he has put in there. At the end of the day, he has to make some profit. So he's not going to, because he loves Nigeria, quote and unquote, and then therefore he will sell at a loss. The entire business will crumble. So I think the issue here is, if you initially there was this is it quarrel over should you sell to Dangote in foreign currency or should you sell to him in local currency? But I think the intervention that the government would have made, if he wants to actually bring down the subsidy thing that we're talking about, should have been, should come from offering incentives to Dangote. I know there have been some tax breaks and stuff like that, that have been offered to the Dangote consortium for this. Yes, but I think that's more. If someone who is going to that kind of large investment, this is a very gigantic investment. I think there's no bigger than any refinery in Africa.
But where does he lose? Where does he lose money if we sell it to him at a cheaper rate and he gives it back to us at a cheaper rate?
If you sell crude to him at a cheaper rate, and then he refines it. Well, I don't have the statistics of what it costs him to refine. I mean, what eventually, after the entire process, what it will come to in terms of naira. And then, of course, he has to put his own gain and pass. I mean, he's not going to sell it.
I have the cost. It's supposed to cost him about $0.52 dollars to process. So to process that stuff, but that is taking into account the cost of the crude oil. But if the crude oil is halved in cost,
yes,
then that $0.52 dollars should come down in price to maybe to around $0.3 dollars. And if that is the case, and he sells it to Nigeria at somewhere around $0.3 dollars, it means the price at the pumps will be less. So I've asked that question, and the funny thing is that I even saw a union in Nigeria make similar proposals, that why is the Nigerian government not selling it to Dangote at a cheaper rate so that Dangote can give it back to us at a cheaper rate? Why do they have to sell it to Dangote at international price?
Yeah. So those are the issues. That's what we are saying. If you want, if you want to subsidize, for someone who, I was listening, reading something sometime when Dangote appeared to be regretting for actually going to that venture. It would have paid him better to have done it somewhere outside Nigeria than it is now. So, but I think that if you want to address the current issue, Dangote, question you ask is what's happening now in that sector? Does it inspire anybody, any private investor or any entrepreneur to go and start a refinery?
It
Here
turns out
in
that
Nigeria.
four South Korean companies are looking to build. No, South Korean company is looking to build 4 refineries all over Nigeria. I saw a news of it just this evening while I was looking. So it looks like Nigeria is about to get greedy billionaires looking for money from Dang. But now that they see that Dangote what has worked, they want to start building refineries all over the place.
Yeah, but
If they do, thank God.
they're looking at the market because there's a great market. There's a good potential here. That's one good thing that we have. But the point is that how much do we consume? I'm not sure that statistics. We have that statistics. What is being consumed, annually or monthly basis? We don't have that statistic clearly. How much we produce and sell? I think it continues to remain a mirage. If you remember when Sanusi was the central bank governor, there was an issue, and NNPC has always been its operation has always and how much it sells and all that has been shrouded in mystery. So I think the if we really, in my opinion, if you want to address this whole thing, someone has to come out who perhaps that's why Buhari was the petroleum minister and the president is still the petroleum minister. You have to strip NNPC naked so that we can see, there has to be a strong wind to blow so that we can see the aims of the chicken. Right now, there's so many things that are hidden about NNPC's operations, how much they sell, how much they are owing for, nobody wants to go into that area because heads probably will roll. And so once that mystery called NNPC is if you have someone who is determined to see what's going on there and make sure that best practices are operated, then we begin to address the problem. Because I think right now everybody who ventures to go to that area, ends up being off. So I think that's critical because that place is thinking, and you really need someone who would come and who would have I'm looking at the word now because it's a do or die thing. If you go into that, there's strong cartel.
Can you imagine? We spent almost 20 years or more trying to get one refinery working, and suddenly everybody wants to build some now.
Yeah.
From every if this one is true, they want to build 4 refineries. Why not 1 or 2? Suddenly you want to build 4. Where have you been all this while? All these consortiums. I don't understand these people. We'll be looking for Nigerians have been crying, looking for refineries everywhere. And now they want to build 4 refineries in Nigeria. And Nigerian government is the one working with them. So I don't understand. We have 4 refineries. Why are they looking to build 4 refineries again? I don't know.
If you look, you see that some people prefer to go and build refineries in Niger, in Malta, and so on and so forth. And so you send the crude there. The politics is reduced because you send it there. Some people are fingering Nigerians as being the owners of those refineries, but it's easier, if these things work out, if they can work outside. Why are we having problems here internally? You can't. The issue of repairing the refineries. It's not just that they are old, but you can't have the government. Oil in so many places is in some places is a blessing. But you see that Nigeria, it has become a cause. The same thing, you go to Zamfara, for instance, we have, a huge mineral deposit is a cause. So there's a stranglehold by this cabal who would not want, because that's a cow, that are milking dry, and
Let, let's bring Jonaba in regarding that question. I keep asking this question because I want somebody to give me somebody to put me out of my misery and tell me what is Nigeria going to lose if we sell this crude oil at half the price to Dangote, and Dangote give us the petrol at a cheaper rate. In other words, Nigerians will pay lesser at the pump. Why would Nigerian government want Nigerians to pay more at the pump? What do we have to gain from that? Jonaba, please, if you have anything to put me out of my misery, let me know.
Just like the young man was explaining, I think it's all the interest. You just made a statement now that we are out of refinery for the past years, 20 years, and now that Dangote has built its own, now we are having those foreign companies are trying to say they want to build four refinery. And by the way, in 21st century, when we are trying to do away, other developed countries are trying to do away with all of that. Now, suddenly, Nigeria is still struggling with petroleum as the major source of income and services, whether it's to their generator or to source of what in 21st century, where money cars are going to electrical and hybrid and all of that. But it's to tell you also how backward we are in the terms of comparing with the developed world and how we arrange our economical setup on what base and why in any way that where we are at this particular time that fuel is the only thing that ordinary Nigerian can benefit in one way or the other. Whether your children from remote village go to school in town, they enter transport, they use fuel in that transport. Whether whatever you do that you can say, no, even if you do not even have ID or have any form of identification, but you are in Nigeria in any remote village, as remote as you can, that you may not even need fuel, you may not even have generator or even have to enter any transport. But in one way or the other, petroleum product will serve your interest, whether through your children and serve the economy. But now Nigerian people, I don't know, I think it's bigger than what we think. I think since they know that our thing, all our budget and everything, apart from the money the people in diaspora remit to Nigeria, is depend on crude oil. I think there is a secret, and then the greed of Nigeria and lack of futuristic idea that they have kept us so long. I think that is the only reason I can say, oh, these people are just deliberately doing it, or they just don't know what they can do, or there is a power that is trying to control them beyond their control, because we are easily compromised people.
Yeah, thank you for that. AY, what do you think
about what?
about whether if Nigerian government gives Dangote the crude at half the price, and Dangote processes it and gives the Nigerian government the products at half the price? Is anybody losing out in the transaction other than Nigerians paying less at the pump?
Well, so basically, you see, again, I need to go back to the root. The problem about all this stuff is because of lack of transparency. I think that was what Mr. Tony said. Like, lack of transparency, even the government officials, they are involved in all this criminality, you know what I mean? They don't just want Nigeria to know what is going on. They don't have mercy on the common man. If they have pity, really, they will be able to. I said that earlier, right? Now, part of the biggest problem we were having before now, when you hear subsidy, So, for example, they don't know the amount of like the million liter of PMS the Nigeria people are consuming every day. So this is a problem. So they inflate this number to get more money. So except you have a system that will be devoid of corruption, that will monitor the whole process. Now, federal government can say, okay, even if you have to supply Nigeria people 2 billion barrel of oil, liters of PMS, we can come in and still subsidize. Okay, we pay you the difference, whatever it is.
No. This is not subsidies. This is quid pro quo. You give them the crude oil at half the price because Dangote doesn't have to pay a higher amount for the crude oil. He too gives us the petrol at a lower price. You see what I mean?
No, you still gotta do it in the form of subsidy because Nigeria is not the
Why
only
is it
market.
subsidies?
Hold on. Nigeria is not the only market for Dangote. Dangote need to also export petroleum.
Oh no, that we know. I'm talking about the one you have to calculate it based on what Nigeria
And the
gets.
corruption we see coming, and that's what we see say. So now you say, for example, okay, Dangote, we giving you for example, 10 million barrel of oil at 500. Okay, give us the equivalent in PMS in liters at say even 700. Then now the corruption we see coming. You give room for corruption where there will be some. Don't forget, it's Nigeria you are dealing with. There's some kind of arrangement and say, you know what, Dangote is supposed to return back, for example, say 25 liters of PMS. They are now working in cohort to take 10 million out of that 25 million liters. Say, you know what, go sell this to Ghana. We get our share. You gotta evolve corruption still. The best way is let Dangote deal with his business. Like, okay, Nigeria, this is how much we sell our crude oil. Let there be transparency. We give you the crude oil. We buy PMS from you. The difference is you cannot look at it and say, okay, Dangote, Nigeria government are holding you this. Take this. So Nigeria needs to
I think your
come here and
argument.
subsidize.
I think you made a quite a cogent argument.
Because
corruption.
if you deal with it like that, you're gonna open room for corruption. Because the biggest problem we face with subsidy was the volume of PMS going to the public. So what they do, for example, the independent marketers, we take subsidy, take the petrol, move it to Ghana, move it to Cameroon, move it to Africa country and sell, but they are still collecting subsidy. But that petrol is going to another country and you still sell it and make money at almost international market.
I think that is a valid
So
point.
there are a lot of loopholes.
Because this is why our fuel consumption was inflated. Because
it was inflated,
so they can
exactly.
get more subsidies out of it. That is what I got from your argument.
Yeah,
Because
so
if
now
they give it to Dangote for half the price, then you are giving them leeway now to say, okay, instead of just Dangote needing 2 million barrels, they will say Dangote needs 4 million barrels.
Yeah.
So that the extra 2 million, they can now go and sell it at a higher rate somewhere else and make a whole.
The biggest solution to the petroleum industry is you have a president, you have a petroleum minister that is ready to work for Nigeria.
But I can find a way around that though. What if, let's say, no matter how much petrol they demand for this in Dangote demands, but the federal government gets back the same amount of this thing, because let's say you give them 2 barrel, they give you 2 barrel of petrol back. You give them 2 barrel of crude oil, they give you 2 barrel of petrol back. So you have that number where no matter what happens, no matter what you give to Dangote, they cannot go and sell it out there because you are expecting a certain amount back. from them, and that's all you need to look out for. So if Nigerian government, let's say Nigerian government, they went and say, okay, they got so many this in that they need a lot of crude oil than Nigeria actually consumes. What will happen is that Dangote will just supply Nigeria a lot of petrol that we don't necessarily consume. Then I guess to an extent, those people cannot take that petrol to go and sell it in the neighboring countries, and they will make money out of it. Yeah,
So
Nigeria
what I was explaining, you let me just say it. What I was saying in summary is a complete deregulation. Complete deregulation. When you do complete deregulation, if anybody want to buy PMS for that, they go and buy now, take to Ghana now. Open the seal. Oh yeah, take it.
No, I do get.
It's
I, you know what? You are giving me, but then this is a problem of corruption, not a problem of whether the idea could have worked.
You dealing with
Nigerians
problem
can't
of
deal with
corruption.
anything because of corruption. They can't even do anything good for themselves. Corruption
It's
everywhere.
complete deregulation. You got to do it.
Yeah, but are you sure this deregulated system that you are talking about again will not have an element of corruption with the fact that they set the
corruption will be highly reduced. Okay, Boa refinery is also coming up. When you deregulate the market, even the refinery will be forced to go into competition and give a competitive price to the marketers, that will take their PMS away. You need to open up this. Now, federal government can now look for a way to come in. Okay, how do we help the people? The subsidy we're talking about must not be in petroleum. If assuming we have electricity right now that people are actually consuming, you can monitor it, is the easiest way to even put subsidy. So you can say, okay, you know what? The first how many kilowatts, you just make it free. If you use more than this, you got to pay the government. You reduce the price. Say, okay, the first so amount of kilowatts, you make it like, okay, 50 kobo or 1 naira, as the case may be. You just kind of reduce it. There are ways to actually put subsidy to the economy.
You know what? I'm quite impressed with your answer on this one because a lot of people have been struggling with it. Even Kulata, that guy is useless. He couldn't even answer this question. Because I knew there was a hole somewhere that I'm missing, and that's why I keep asking, what is this hole? Because something is missing here. So, but in the end, the problem is corruption. That is at the core of it.
It's corruption.
That's
what you need to deal with.
Cheaper petrol. Nigeria wouldn't have anything to lose if they had done that. But because of corruption, we will lose that money.
Corruption.
Then again, we'll lose that money. Man, that is sad. Corruption is literally costing us. Unbelievable.
If you look at the history of Nigeria, in terms of managing public utilities and so on, they've never been good. Nigerian Airways is there, refineries are there, name it. Or also, the critical question will be, what is ingrained in this system that is killing all these management of all these investments that we have put out. How is it that years back we were able to manage it and today we're finding difficulty?
Very good question.
Yes, I think the moment the government begins to totally hands off from, look at the naira that you say is but from time to time, if you want the naira to float, the economy will die because the economy is on life support. So from time to time, you see the CBN coming in, to intervene, That's purely speaking. That's not floating the naira. So what I think is, if we think that with the coming of Dangote refinery, then all our problems solved, that would be an illusion. Because what's the how much can it do in terms of addressing the problem in that sector of the industry? So I think there are critical questions, and like you said, the last speaker said, much of the problem is actually that the system is not operating transparently. There's so much that we don't know. There's so much you don't want us to know.
Yeah.
And The more you know, the more if you want to know too much, then your life is in danger because you must
Yeah.
short your short. That's a very critical industry. But should our economy should we be at this stage still be talking about petroleum as the mainstay of our resource? Can't we? Haven't we had 64 years? Haven't we had enough time to look at how we can diversify, and look at other options, because if we can demystify what the problem in that sector, then things will be better. So I think the management, again, leadership is critical. All said and
Yeah.
done, it goes back to leadership. Leadership that is visionary, leadership is brave, determined to tackle, the mess in that sector and get Nigeria going again.
Man, I think I gained something here. I was looking to close the show early, but I'm glad I kept it open. Three of you have done me justice, have educated me a little bit today. See, this is why I like doing this, because sometimes you can't you try, you can't have answers to anything until you ask people, ask genuinely, and I've learned from all you guys have said today. And man, I'm kicking myself. I'm thinking corruption is the only reason why Nigerians can't get
Yeah.
petrol at a cheaper rate. Now we don't have to pay for it. It would have been free, but because of corruption, we can't do
Let
that.
me say this,
We are not
Fakaba.
allowed.
Let me say this. When Tinubu removed the subsidy, the very first section we had, my argument was it's not out of place to remove subsidy. It's not out of place to have naira float. The problem with it is how Tinubu handled it. The simple thing is, you are dealing with country. See, for me, I'm not an economist. Common sense will tell you when you float the naira, when you remove subsidy, what is happening today, the hunger, the poverty is going to happen. That is why you need to actually put people that know what they are doing, put economic, put people to do research, to go into it and say, okay, how is it going to affect the people? This was the whole problem. You got to look at the numbers. How is it going to affect the people? Okay, now, because of the corruption, can we move the subsidy? Can we redirect the subsidy in such a way that it's going to be beneficial to the people, to the common people? These are all questions you need to do research around it. That was why when it's suddenly like, boom, subsidy is gone, boom. That is why you see everything was just like, boom, boom. That is expected. So that was where the mistake is coming from. Even till now, they don't have plan. They just do things. People just do things. They don't have plan. You don't have. Even if I don't know how we think.
I think
Even
you say,
if you want to know. Even if you want to know.
AY. AY.
Yeah, I think he can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Don't have plan is not an issue. The plan is that it's corruption. There is no way you can say they don't have plan. I always say that nobody become a leader purposely want to fail, but you fail because you fail to plan. They have plan, but their plan is to Nigerian PLC chop by chop. It's our
Chop
turn.
by chop.
So they
Yeah.
don't have any plan for the masses, for the Nigerian people. How do we improve our people's life? How do we make ourselves competitive in 21st century? How do we build our infrastructure? They don't have that, but they have planned how they can share the resources of Nigeria. And that is the agenda, and that is the whole problem we are having. And because we have a very poor judiciary system that is as corrupt as those people there, that they cannot hold anyone accountable, and that is why the evil, the unqualified evil, is being carried out by those people that even I believe that there will be well-meaning Nigerians in them, but in anything is that they say that when one of your finger touch the oil, the rest part will not denies it. So the plan is that Nigerian people should know that these people have plan, but the plan is not to do you any good. The plan is not to do your life better. The plan is not to improve any standard or make us competitive as a nation. The plan for these people is to embezzle the money, enrich themselves, and we cannot even trust ourselves. And the reason is based on no consequences for what they are doing. Every society have corruption, but at least people do something for their own citizens that they will look up to, even for their namesake, and that's what we are lacking.
Yeah.
Nice one.
Jefferson, you came late. I'm sorry. But what have you? I'm sure you've been listening to the conversation, and what do you think about what you've heard so far? I don't know what I've seen you here before, though.
First time I've seen him.
Go ahead, Jefferson.
Is he talking? We can't hear you.
We can't hear you. It looks like your mic is somehow muted. Say something. We can't hear you. Let me see if I. Yeah, I can see you, but we can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Loud and
All
clear.
right, sorry for the breaking. Sorry for the breaking transmission. Actually, what brought me here was the caption of the discussion. Well, it's a very, 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 very deep topic, saying that does our Nigerian culture actually hinder our scientific and technological development? You know, over the years, in fact, let me just put it this way: from inception, from time immemorial, I think the issue I have is identity crisis. How do I mean? It goes like this: our parents, our grandparents, our ancestors, they did what they knew, right? And they passed it down to us. And unfortunately, uh, they just told us things and we just went to the flow. And we didn't know how true they were. And the embarrassing thing was, later in my life, I began to realize that what we were being told were little true and not true. And it's a problem. And so what we are facing now is the fact that we are in a society where we are growing, we are doing whatever we are doing, but we don't have a sense of who we are. And I think that's the fundamental problem. And because we don't have the sense of who we are, that's why both leaders and followers are doing whatever they feel they like. No sense of direction, no sense of collective values. If you watch very carefully in other countries like India, China, and all of that, look, they love the technology that they see in America and other parts of the world, but they still embrace their culture. Is the same with us? No. And even what we are holding on to, there is a question mark to it, because yes, we might be holding on to new religions today, but there is a clause and there is an abuse. So right now, I will say in a summary, because I know we don't have time, I think we are just operating in a state of confusion. And these things cannot be correct overnight. But what we can do is to rewrite the wrongs and see what do we need to correct on the fundamental now, because right now in the Nigerian state, you see what we are facing now is basically corruption, of course. And if you look at that topic, it breaks down into so many things: tribalism, religious sentiment, here, everybody just doing whatever. And right now, I don't know. So I just wish that whatever we are discussing here, it can actually take effect, you see. And as we discuss this among ourselves, we need to also, at least we own we own within our circle to correct the wrongs that have been made. And I mean, bring the society to the other level. So we have a lot of reorientation to do. I don't know if I am making a lot of sense here.
I think you are making a lot of sense. The fact that you came in regarding the very topic, I think, is the first positive thing that you did. And I think a lot of us are beginning to realize it. And I think we should be doing more of it, these type of conversations, because they are the vital ones that we need to have. It doesn't mean that we are throwing our culture away, but we have to learn where to separate it from and advance ourselves to be able to live in the world of the current meet the global challenges that we are
Exactly.
facing. So
Yeah.
I really appreciate your coming in and talking on this. And I can see you resonated with the topic, and that is important. That is where it starts from, and we need to be questioning everything. I said it before. Every single idea needs to be torn to pieces until it's able to stand on its own. Because
Yes.
if it's a solid idea, it will stand. So question everything. And I really wish our culture doesn't have this thing where we have sacred cows we don't question, and it's about we make it about personalities just because somebody's questioning somebody's reasoning. If you
Yes,
question your
and that
reasoning,
is
if your
where
reasoning
our
is
problem
strong,
is.
if your reasoning is strong, it should be able to stand on its own. And I don't think anybody should be threatened by questioning at all. And so I really appreciate you for coming in. Please round up.
Oh, okay. So, like just like you said now, no. So people cannot be questioned. Nobody gonna ask. So now let me just bring it to the Nigerian state. I don't know. Most of us are privileged to be in other parts of the world now, by way of jackparing and all that. So we see how things are done in Europe. We see how things are done in America. We see how things are done in Australia and so many other countries. And what are those things? Someone like Biden can come out in a town hall meeting or make a policy, or they can just say one thing, and they sit in and say, "Oh, Mr. President, I heard that you passed a what they call it. You passed what they call those things. I heard you passed a what they call it an order
What's it
that."
called? Americans, all the Americans, where are you?
So they call it
What's that?
but
Physical,
A
physical.
bill.
yes, it's called a bill, but it's an executive order.
Okay,
Let me just
bill.
wait on the layman's language. Oh, I heard you passed an executive order concerning deforestation. I feel an American citizen can question him. Oh, he say, okay, I feel that is not right. So can you tell me why you are doing that? And don't you think you need to consider? So the citizen is asking question. At least the citizen is worried about his country. And then you see because the American president is aware that he's answerable to because the president knows he's answering to the citizens, he has no option than to answer the question. And that's a culture that the developed society have developed over the years. Of course, I'm talking of the one that we know. You
That is because the people put him there. If you have a situation where someone came in through the window instead of through the door, he doesn't have to. He won't listen to you. I mean, you didn't put him there, so you don't have a hold on him. Sorry.
You are right. If that's if the person puts him there, but again, look at it this way. There is, how do I put it now? He's that's so if whether the person put him there or not, but he must answer because they have a policy that he must answer to the people. Because I mean, they have a system where people ask questions. They don't. It's not as if it's 100%, but there is a questioning. People must ask questions. Unlike, let's fast forward to here, where our president will just say subsidy is gone. Nobody questions him. Nobody once he makes just let's just go back memory lane. Look at what happened in Buhari's regime, where they were doing whatever. No one could ask Buhari any question. In fact, once Buhari passed like this, he behaves like Darth Vader. If you guys have watched Star Wars, if you have watched Star Wars, that movie, you know when Darth Vader is moving around, you dare not question him. If you question him, he will just do his hand like this and just strangle you.
Seriously.
Yeah, it sounds crazy,
That's
but
what
that's
you think Buhari is. Buhari half of the time was in the hospital. But I don't know. Okay.
So the guy will just come, he'll be like, he will just come. Anything we Buhari say it is. He will say, that small dot in that small dot in a hole. I'm going to just talk like that. Nobody questions him. They will say, oh, let's follow the body language of our president.
Yeah,
we follow the body language. See what we did today. So the guy committed so many things, and they say, oh, it is Buhari that did this. But nobody is questioning him because he's ex-president. They are immune. Anyway, the story for another day. I don't want to go into the complication.
Thank you.
But let me just finish. Well, we cannot question these people, right? But what we can do, we can work within ourselves to correct the wrongs by doing a reorientation and then working on our strategy. Is there a way we can reach out to the citizens, the Nigerian citizens, and help them see beyond 5,000 naira, 2,000 naira, 1,000 naira? Let us start from there first. Because if you look at the last election that happened, I will not lie to you, I was very, very disappointed. Even with the extreme hardship, people are still doing APC, PDP, or whatever. But again, we're in a world where everybody makes their choices, do whatever they want to do. So you cannot, everybody's entitled to do. If you watch very carefully, that's where we are now. Everybody does whatever they want to do. So I was kind of disappointed. And then if you look at it, then of course, why Labour did not even get more votes is because they say he did not, that the Labour Party guy did not share money. But like I said, it's a story for another day. Can we
there is a backstage where you can Jefferson, there is a backstage where you can have conversations with like AY, Jonaba, and Tony OK. So that because we do go backstage sometimes, but I was supposed to end 3 hours even. It looks like I keep in the rules. So but it's all good. But I've learned, and maybe I shouldn't openly be saying I don't regret not ending it, but I did learn a lot in the last 1 hour. And that question that I've been asking it all week. Nobody answered it. And now I'm going to go and digest it like a student that has just been educated. I'll go and digest the information for what I've learned today. All right. Thank you, gentlemen, for coming in. Jonaba, I really appreciate you. As one of the multitude of Abbas, I really appreciate you. Nobody should mess with Abba. The Abba family is massive. Tony, okay. Thank you for joining us. I really appreciate you for coming. I've not had you on a panel that I was present before. Thank you, I appreciate it. And AY, as always, thank you for joining me today on the panel. And Jefferson, I appreciate you. Thank you for coming in. Let me say some goodbyes to the ones on the chat. Boom, boom, Ray. Boom, boom, Ray. You are bad belly. Forget it. This one, that one are bad belly. Boom, Ray. AB, I see you there. Thank you for joining us. Fosa Akembo, I see you there. Fosa Akembo. Tope, I really appreciate you, Tope. Thank you for joining us today. Christian, I see you there. Thank you for joining us. I won't be able to say everybody's name, obviously. Till next time, I hope you all have a great week ahead. Have a fruitful week and a creative one. Very, very important. We are creative and we all have something to learn. And by the end of the week, you let us know what you have learned in the week. And obviously, we need to try to help our people as much as we can, because we definitely do need it, supporting each other. Thank you very much. Till next time. Bye.
Onye ọma zoro bio akwa nwa zoro bio Max ịbịa bunye gokwanụ m n'ofube n'azụ ụlaga n'ịbịazigo mmanwụ ụlaga do n'ịbịazigo akwa nwa nwilochi biko rapụ zoro ka ọ nabazi ya. Onye ọma zoro biko